2016. And let me do the screen share.
Keshe Foundation Ghana, in association with Ghana Atomic Commission and Ghana Spaceship Institute, would like to invite you to attend the New Dawn, Africa's Meteoric Rise in Spaceship Technology Conference, October 17th through 19th, 2016, in Ghana. Keshe Foundation Ghana's mandate is to build awareness and promote research into plasma technology. The Foundation is presently working with governmental institutions and other interest groups in Ghana to fulfill this goal. At the conference, you will be afforded the opportunity to learn about and experience plasma technology firsthand. The cost of admission to the conference includes 3-night stay in one of Ghana's prestigious hotels. Hotel packages include a single, double, or twin room option, and an option for an apartment or suite. Breakfast, tea, and coffee breaks and a buffet lunch on the days of the conference are also included. Keshe Foundation Ghana is focused on utilizing plasma technology in order to solve the numerous problems that third world countries face. Come to the New Dawn, Africa's Meteoric Rise in Spaceship Technology Conference in Ghana. Learn about plasma technology and learn how you can participate in spreading the word about it. Together, we can bring freedom to Africa and humanity, and we hope to see you there. The Universal Council invites you to attend the One Planet, One Nation, One Race event in Rome on the 9th and 10th of September 2016. The Council looks forward to open interaction with the public at the event. Come interact with the Council in your spoken language. The Council encourages you to bring your positive suggestions and solutions to the table on how humanity can move forward as a whole towards everlasting peace. In this way, the work of the members of the Council will become the work of humanity for humanity. The full package price for a single ticket to the event includes 3-night stay in one of Rome's prestigious hotels, daily attendance to the event, as well as breakfast on the 9th through the 11th, and lunch and tea on the 9th and 10th. Accommodations for this package is based on double occupancy. The full package price for 2 tickets to the event includes 3-night stay in a twin-bed room in one of Rome's prestigious hotels, daily attendance to the event, as well as breakfast on the 9th through the 11th, and lunch and tea on the 9th and 10th. Additional nights stay are offered at €150 per person per night. For those who wish to arrange their own accommodations and who plan on attending a single day of the event, the cost will be €200, which includes tea and lunch on the day of the event. For those who wish to arrange their own accommodations and who plan on attending both days of the event, the cost will be €400, which includes tea and lunch on the day of the event. The One Planet, One Nation, One Race event in Rome. Come share your positive solutions on how we can work together to bring everlasting peace to our world.
Okay, welcome everyone to the 122nd Knowledge Seekers Workshop of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute for July 21st, 2016. And I think Mr. Keshe is ready to begin, standing by there. Are you ready, Mr. Keshe?
Yes, good day to you, good morning, good afternoon, as usual, wherever and whenever you listen to these teachings. Today, we are going into the phase of teaching and the use of technology beyond what we have thought up to now. And you will understand why we have started the spaceship teaching, and we take you into the new understanding of space technology, how you can look after yourself, how you develop the technology, some of the line of communication language which is used. There are a couple of announcements I have to make because this is a cornerstone of our work. According to what we understand, there is a high possibility that the police of Italy will change the case of death of Fabio from accident to total murder inquiry. The evidence present allows the judges to change the condition to murder, and this is a repetition of 3 times the same kind of attack on me. So with the evidence, there is a high possibility today or tomorrow the inquiry changes from accident in the full murder attempt. Now attempt has, not the attempt, but the murder has taken place. We have a girl in coma. Is a repetition of what happened to me in Belgium and now in Italy. And I was told how they do it by John. We have the evidence recorded 2 years ago by the police. So we have to keep silence from now on in respect to Fabio, bless his soul, that he was a victim of the work of Red Circle. You will understand about this from now on. It's totally out of our control. It goes in the hand of the police because it's a repetition of the thing. Before I come to Italy, 3 or 4 years ago, we reported it, and now this time here in Italy. We will not talk till we cannot talk because any information we put out can be part of the police inquiry. Now we have to see how the Italian police, Interpol, and other security services, now a murder has taken place, will decide to take the case up. So you will not hear any more from here now on, as it's a legal case. It's not attempted, it's not a story. We all suffered the loss of one of the most beautiful boys we knew. My car was blown up to be pulled up on the Haarschule in Belgium once. Then they attempted again. Second time, the same procedure as we've seen with Fabio. And now they managed to kill a man. And Italy had nothing to do with Belgium, but we see the same pattern and the same people involved. So we have to keep quiet from now on till, as we saw with Alan and Sterling case, the rest takes its own condition and the police will do the inquiries internationally and people will be brought up into justice. There is something important which I've seen in the background with a lot of your works. And we've seen it with some of you who've gone into manufacturing or producing things. I saw Arman putting a note up. We thought some people understood. And that is, when you make coils, please do not touch your coils. When you're making 3 or 4 or 5 coils or 10 or 20 coils, especially those of you who go into doing workshops, do not pile up the coils on top of each other. When you pile the coils on top of each other, you damage your layers. The efficiency of your system reduces quite drastically. Try not to touch. It's a sponge. What you have produced is a sponge, and this sponge, when you crush it, does not go back up. So please, when you make any nano coating, any layers, be it your medical, be it your pens, be it your coils, be it your stackers, please do not pile your system together. You'll find out it's a huge difference. These coils are made to transfer energy across the layers. When you pile them like this or you touch them, you crush the layers. It's a sponge, you don't see it with the eye. And this can create blockages. You bring dams into your system, and then if it's too much done, you find out your system is not as good as the others, because the others, when you handle these things, handle them in the edges where you have the minimum contact and use them. This especially goes for those of you. I've seen this being repeated again and again, and it's important. You do so much work that is positive. We come to the main part of this technology. Today, we take Keshe Foundation into a new dimensions, in a new understanding. As we said, today is the 22nd of July, and we have entered into arena where the Keshe Foundation supporters have to make the difference. There is millions of you, and this forces me as the head of the Keshe Foundation International, for the time I'm here, to start the process of bringing the Keshe Foundation into a direct organization, where, if you remember, last November, last October, with releasing the coils, our logo was energy in exchange for peace. Now we go one step further, the knowledge of the plasma technology for peace. What this means, Keshe Foundation has entered a new era. We are internationally recognized for our work, and in that way that we are not a pressure group but a scientific group which can give technology for exchange for peace, we have entered talking, negotiating, discussing with the Keshe Foundations around the world to bring the Keshe Foundation in its appropriate position, which means from now on, we enter humanitarian grounds. What does this mean? Is that Keshe Foundation, from past 2 or 3 weeks of negotiation, and what is set up and is in the process of being done, we ask the Keshe Foundation supporters across the world, irrespective of world border man-made lines, to work together, irrespective of color, race, creed. To this effect, as some of you know, there is a disaster happening very silently in the background in China with the floods. Millions of people are touched, and they have seen the same repetition of flood, displacement, water shortage, infections, and everything else. We see this across the planet, in Africa, in Asia, in South America, and everywhere else. Keshe Foundation supporters have the knowledge now to interact, to deliver, and to support. To this reason, and for this purpose, we offered the Keshe Foundation support to the Chinese people. And we wait to see, and we are ready to move. And we've been told the announcement has gone in China too. Keshe Foundation supporters to join in, to support, bring in new technology for water decontamination from the floods, feeding people through the water, creating clean environment through plasma technology. And while the Keshe Foundation supporters are in the area, they teach the others that in the future they can immediately help themselves and use the technology from there on. We made a request to the Chinese authorities, and we've been told our request has been accepted. 20 members of the Keshe Foundation, doctors, what we call our professors and leaders in this group, are ready. We have submitted some names to the Chinese authorities. They move within the next few days into China. This is the first international collaboration between the Keshe Foundations around the world to help each other. And with this process, we have and will see a change where we deliver the technology unconditionally, not only to the people, but to the medical team, to the government, and everything else to go with it. In this process, we need the collaboration of the Keshe Foundations. What we are asking supporters of the foundation to start structuring yourself in a way that we can have a rapid response team to deliver technology. We have a group of dedicated scientists of the Keshe Foundation in Philippines that are on a standby to fly into China within the next few hours as soon as the Chinese authorities release their visa. the purpose and the use of Philippine innovation team to China is they know how to do it, they know how to make it, they can support the ground crew, and they can, in their experience, deliver technology in all aspects. Arman is joining the team. We are hoping that Alex will move in. We have a number of doctors going in. Dr. Klaus is moving in, and all together we'll submit 20 names as we agreed with the Chinese to deliver the technology rapidly to reach hundreds of thousands of people. Their move, their arrival, their delivery of technology then will merge with the Chinese Keshe Foundation supporters, which already request has gone into Keshe Foundation China for them to support us. We have the head of Keshe Foundation China, Professor Xu, online. He will make, as we have agreed, requests to the Chinese community around the world, as we are one nation, for their support and delivery, and in 3 different categories which they need the support in Chinese. Is Professor Xu in the background? Can you see him, please, Rick?
Yes, I believe so.
Can you let him? Can you open his microphone, please? Professor Xu, can you hear me?
Sorry, just one moment. Hello?
Hello, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here.
Professor Xu, yes, the ground is yours.
Sure.
The ground is yours. You can make your request in Chinese. You don't need to translate into English. For the Keshe Foundation supporters, please.
I'm sorry, just now I was interrupted. So am I supposed to my Chinese supporters about the incoming flood relief? Am I supposed to?
Please.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, please go in Chinese, no problem.
Sure, thank you. 各位中国凯始基金会的爱好者们，你们好。我是朱涛。那么这里我应凯始先生的要求，来给大家大致讲一下我们现在的与凯始基金会正在做的事情。那么凯始基金会将派出首批20名精英科学家来到我国，来协助我国进行洪灾的减灾相关工作。他们将携带最先进的科技，来在饮水还有医疗方面来帮助我们。那么这方面，我们国内的爱好者也将大力协助凯始基金会的国际团队成员。这里我郑重呼吁各位凯始基金会的中国成员，各位凯始科技的中国爱好者，尽全力来一方面协助我国投入我们专业知识来实现洪灾减灾的目的，同时也积极支持国际志愿者团队来投入我国、融入我国的社会环境，来共同面对这个史无前例的大的洪水。那么有任何的要求、有任何的问题，请大家及时给凯始中国基金会以及国际凯始基金会反映。那么我们大家在一起共同面对。那么希望大家同心同德，共同面对这场灾难，同时也将此作为我们凯始科技在中国推广的一个非常好的机会。我们将誓言利用我们手上的最先进的科技来为我们广大人民群众服务，并且希望在此获得在中国的洪灾减灾中获得的经验，能够进一步推广。有朝一日，我们中国的志愿者也能为全世界的减灾行动贡献出一份我们自己的力量。谢谢大家。Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Professor Xu. Would you like to explain anything to us in English or?
Okay, I just give a summary. Will that be okay?
Yes, no problem. Do what you like. It's your...
Okay, sure. Just now I talked to my fellow Chinese knowledge seekers. So I would like to just introduce the cooperation between Cultural Foundation and Cultural Foundation China. So we are heading to help local government to deal with the flood relief. The current flood in China is quite huge. So it covered 26 provinces and out of the 31. So even in some very dry area, people are facing the flood. So people's normal life have been affected a lot. So thanks for the action from the Cultural Foundation. They sent 20 elite scientists to China very soon. So we are contacting with the government. So in very soon, these people will come to China to help the affected areas. So I also talked to my Chinese colleagues. So we are trying our best to help Chinese government to overcome this flood. At the same time, we are cooperating with international volunteer team to make use of our technology, the state-of-art technology to help the Chinese people. This is also a very good opportunity to demonstrate and educate people of the plasma technology. We hope the experience we acquired in China should contribute to the world disaster relief in one day. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Professor Xu. Thank you very much indeed. If you are knowledge seekers or you're a Chinese citizen across the world, you're familiar with this technology, please respond to the email flood@spaceshipinstitute.org and write in Chinese. It will be passed on to Keshe Foundation China. At this moment, when a nation is under such a condition, where most of the nation is under flood condition, and then we have a situation where in South China Sea, the same nation has to stand military where others. We have sent, and we are sending the Keshe Foundation team to China from that nation. So the Keshe Foundation Philippines, Keshe Foundation China work on the ground together to support the situation in flood. And what we have requested from the Chinese army and leadership is if Keshe Foundation members can help each other to bring technology, why don't the armies join them to bring peace between the two nations before it gets too far, which is not needed. And the Keshe Foundation force, as an international one family, if we can work together and we are delivering technology, what's the need for arms? Let's use the ambassadors of plasma technology from Philippines to China as ambassadors of peace. So we make this call to the Chinese in every level. You are part of us, and the first response from our colleagues in Philippines is, we are your brothers. We are there to support you. We land, we come in, we deliver every technology possible. We need to work as one team. There is a request gone out in the Chinese Keshe Foundations for 3 categories of people. They need translators, people who can be on the interface, and the people who have the materials or can make the materials in China that they can deliver to the what we call the supporting team of the Keshe Foundation from worldwide. We will report the progress as we go. The beauty with this is the rescue team become peace teams too. If Philippine Keshe Foundation, a Chinese Keshe Foundation work together, we think the armies can talk too. They can join us on the ground, and then we can work together. So we're changing the feature of the Keshe Foundation to not only a humanitarian organization from today, but as we promised, we enter the world of politics in July. We enter the world of politics on the basis of the only organization which can deliver technology for peace, and this is the first time of it. We have background. The gentleman from Armenia. As we know, there is a huge conflict between Armenia and its neighboring country, Azerbaijan. Not needed. So we have an appeal today from our colleagues from Armenia. They are the people who took the power units into the government of Armenia. They are associated, they are close with the government, they have tested the units. And in a way, we are asking the Keshe Foundation supporters in Armenia, does not matter wherever you are, in which part of this planet, and our supporters in Turkish and Azerbaijan, to come together the same way that we bring prosperity and peace and everything possible to the people of Armenia, and we work to bring peace, and we ask for the armies to step down. When the people, followers of the Keshe Foundation in Turkey and in Armenia can work together, why not the government? So this will be the plan, and this is the way the Keshe Foundation from today onwards will move. We deliver technology, and with the technology, we change the man. Arman, are you in the background, please? Can you see Arman there?
Maybe viewers.
Arman, can you speak?
He's there, I believe. Arman, are you available? Your microphone's open, but I don't hear your voice.
I think this is different, Arman.
Yes, Arman from California. You're there? Hello. Pardon? Yeah. Yes, there are two Armans on the line.
Should I promote the other one? Maybe,
Yes.
maybe that's
Arman,
okay.
we have Arman, two Armans. We need the second one, not our own Arman, if he doesn't want to speak.
Okay, let's try that. Okay, Arman number 2, you are a panelist now. I'll unmute you. I'll mute Arman number 1.
Hello, Arman. Hello. I can hear him. Hello, Arman. Good morning. We got two Armans, both Armans. Hello. Hello.
Not sure if that one's coming through.
I think he's on the phone, Mr. Keshe. You heard him. He was talking.
Okay. Would you like to speak, Arman, till we get Arman number 2 on, please?
Yes, okay.
You can speak in Armenian or what you like. Your message is a message of peace, and it's got to be heard by your people.
You want me to say that, Mr. Keshe?
Of course. You're the head of the Keshe Foundation, you can.
Oh my God.
Ալո, Հայկ ջան, բարև, լավ ես, լավ, արցախուր չես, ում զանգում եմ արցախուրդ են ապես վերջի քանի օրը, Հայկ ջան, միած սենց հարց կոնկրետ,
He's on the phone.
Ես ասել եմ, որ մենք մեծ ներմուծող ենք ու...
I think you better switch,
Better mute him?
Please.
mute him and let Arman speak till he comes on.
Okay, good.
Go ahead, Arman.
Mr. Keshe, let him be over here online too, because the messages he's going to carry.
The message is from the Armenian community in Azerbaijan, in Armenia, to the Turkish people or Azerbaijan people. There is a fight going on, silent in the background in this country, affecting everyone. You better go ahead, Arman, explain the background till the other Arman comes with a mobile phone.
The situation is very serious, actually, because, all we have surrounded with Azerbaijan and Turkey. So the problem, if we strike up in Azerbaijan, it will continue to Turkey. And the problem is all the people of Armenia, they are suffering it. And they don't need to. The problem is that who is the head of the governments, they will not allow peace, because from that they gain a lot. So it's very emotional in that part, that we cannot make a change in a governmental level, but still we can make a change with the people. So I hope they understand the message that today we will change everything for humanity. And I hope they will listen it and carry it to the next neighbor or a friend or a cousin, them to know too, because this knowledge they cannot carry themselves. It's impossibility. Thank you, Mr. Kesh. That's all I want to say.
Thank you very much. Can we have Arman from Armenia, if he's online, please?
Let me contact him. 1 minute. Give me a second.
Arman in Armenia is a gentleman who took the Maghreb units to Armenia. They tested actually with, even he tested in his own house, and the development is with them. Good morning, Giovanni. So we wait for them to announce, because this is what they need to do. But there is one thing which we have to understand, is that if you're in a country of conflict in any shape or form, if you are in a position of conflict in any shape or form in the region you are in, come to Keshe Foundation. We flood the nation with love, with care, with knowledge, and with technology, that the people can see the beauty of it, that they have everything what they need, and there is no more war. We exchange technology for love and peace of mind, and in this process, we change the course of humanity. We have become a peace movement. We have become a peace movement for exchange of technology for peace. We teach you how to have more, what you need, and in exchange, in having it, you will see no reason for war, no reason for conflict. There is no need to worry about the resources when you have every resources in your hand. As I said before, we start delivering new technology today. Today's technology will baffle a lot of you. But I would like to finish with this section with the Armenians, and then we go later. Yes, you're going to have an operation.
Mr. Kesh, we give a little bit time, he will be online.
No problem. How much time? In Armenia, you always have time. I have a special word for this. They call it gamas gamas. It means slowly, slowly. They are worse than Italians. In Italy, tomorrow can be next year. In Armenia, tomorrow is next decade.
I will not agree that.
I had the pleasure of being brought up by amongst the Armenian culture in Iran. I understand them. I used to speak part of the language because I was part of the school education. So I'm very familiar with the Armenian culture. They are part of the Iranian nation and part of the whole structure. That's why I still remember after 40 years, few words which I was taught when I was a student by friends. Is he there or can we wait?
Give me a second, Mr. Kesh, he will be there.
Would he be here by 1 o'clock, you think?
1 minute.
The process is very simple. We have brought a technology which has changed the course of humanity over years, centuries, or thousands of years. The biggest problem for man has been a way to feed himself, to have a shelter, to have a position where he can be comfortable. all the wars has been based on the resources to have for some people to be leaders, and they have abused the knowledge that one, if we don't have, we have to have, and create wars. With this technology, we give freely the resources of the universe. So there is no need for fighting, worrying where the next food will be, where the shelter will be. In the coming days, we start showing you, introducing to you the physical shelters, where you can see shelters. In a few weeks' time, maybe much faster, we release the whole structure of making shelters out of gravitational magnetic fields. The technology has been available and is available, but as is my work, I wait for Keshe foundations around the world to bring it in, because this way nobody can be stopped. This way we share the knowledge, and I thank you for being so open to literally share everything directly on the internet. You are using extensively Facebook, YouTube, and every other channel. Open more and teach more. This is what we need to be done. Try, there is no limitation. We are trying to support the teaching that the more people learn, the more people have, the more peace we create. The whole structure of the Keshe Foundation from now on is to spread the knowledge for exchange for peace. In the Western world, the suffering will be so much, people cannot afford feeding each other, feeding their family, where they can produce water to do. The shelter, the electricity, everything else which you need in the coming time will be made. We'll make practical laboratory tests live in the coming weeks, that you can do things yourself. We open the channels of asking, questioning, delivering technologies. In a way, we go international in having everything we have, sharing the knowledge together to bring peace. When you have everything, what's the use and what's the asking for conflict? Because there is no need for conflict. Those who have been the instigators of the wars have no grounds to fight, because when you have everything, you don't need to fight. There is a huge teaching today. I wait till Arman comes, because Arman is from Armenia, and the request goes from the Armenian-speaking people in Armenia for what they need to bring peace. Is a hand of peace from the Keshe Foundation supporters in Armenia to the Keshe Foundation supporters in Turkey and in Azerbaijan, who are the background to it. That if the nations can go, we have Keshe Foundation supporters anywhere, in Greece, in Turkey, to go to Armenia or to Azerbaijan, to work together, that the governments have to issue visas to their enemies to come to support. It means there is no enemy, and this is our purpose. This is the step we take, and it has to be our responsibility. It's the responsibility of every Keshe Foundation supporter to be a master of peace. It's the responsibility of you to learn if your intention was to be part of humanity to deliver peace. This is what we need to do. We have no choice. We left it too long to the people who call themselves leaders to do whatever they like to lead, but they were in not position to lead because so many things have affected their position to get to leadership that, as we see, they have forgotten what even they were born for. So we set the scene. Keshe Foundation, as of today, has become, will become, and we get involved in every war zone as messengers of peace, delivery of the technology in the space of what is the conflict, and we do not ask for you to sacrifice life. We ask you to give your knowledge, that the knowledge changes the course of humanity. This is where we are going from now on. And we'll teach you more and more that you will not need to be in the zone where there's a conflict. You can reach the soul of people in that language, in that section. The teaching of today will open man's eye to a new dimension. And I hope, my deepest hope is you understand the teaching today. Are we ready yet?
He's on a mic. If his mic is open, he will. He's on Zoom, Mr. Keshe.
He's on Zoom. His microphone is not open. He's got to open it and speak. Arman John, can you open your microphone? There, you're open.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Arman John. Arman, can you please, you can speak in Armenian. If you know Azeri, you can speak in Azeri. You know Farsi, it's the same. We have a huge number of Turks who speak Farsi. We leave it to you for what you want to discuss and how you see the peace can be brought out, that we get out of this situation in Armenia for a literally worthless war which is going on there.
Okay, I can speak English, I can speak Russian, and I can speak Armenian, of course. But,
in every language you know, you send a message of peace. We are there with you.
Yes. I think everyone is very tired of wars, and wars, it's worth only for high-ranking government people who making money on this. Just people don't want war. Everyone knows that. It's not something new, I'm telling. Look at the situation in Turkey, look at the situation in Armenia. People don't like all these people, like they come together and the poverty now, it's increasing every year. People don't have proper work, people don't have proper food, and only high-ranking government people, they making money out of poverty of the population. This is it.
Have we lost him?
Hello?
Yes, you're back.
Yes. So, what is your question?
Would you like to make your statement in Armenian or in Russian for the supporters of the Keshe Foundation and both sides to join in the knowledge to bring peace to both sides?
Let me tell it in Armenian. I think everybody, not lots of people know Armenian, but at least Armen will translate it. But such a statement is good to make in my nationality, my native language. Մենք շուտվանից հետևում ենք Keshe Foundation-ին եւ մեր կողմից դա անձեռնամխելի է եւ շատ բարձր են գնահատում այն ինչ որ Mr. Keshe-ն անում է ընդհանուր աշխարհի համար եւ մենք մեր կողմից ընդունել ենք դա եւ խաղաղությունը ի փոխարեն տեխնոլոգիի եւ մենք կոչ ենք անում մեր բոլոր կողմնակիցներին, մեր հարևաններին, դա կլինի Ադրբեջանը, դա կլինի Թուրքիան, դա կլինի Ռուսաստանը, դա կլինի Ջորջիան, դա կլինի Իրանը, մենք բոլորին կոչ ենք անում, որ ոնց որ Հայաստանն է նույն ձևի ընդունում եւ ժողովուրդը մի կողմից ուզում է միայն զարգացնի այն ինչ որ ունի եւ չի ուզում պատերազմի ոչ մի բանի համար, նույն ձևի մեր հարևանները ոտքի կանգնեն եւ ասեն վերջ, մենք չենք ուզում մեր հարևանները պատերազմել, այլ եկեք մենք մեր ռեգիոնում կառուցենք շատ կառուցողական եւ խաղաղ մթնոլորտ, որով կարող են բոլորը զարգանալ, բոլորը կարող են ստեղծել ամեն մարդ իր հնարավորության չափով։ Մենք էլ որպես Keshe Foundation Armenia կարողանանք մարդկանց support անենք, նվեր տալ են տեխնոլոգիին, որ այսօր Mr. Keshe-ն բերել է եւ նվերատվել ամբողջ աշխարհին։ That's it.
Would you like, as Azerbaijan and Armenia used to be part of old Russia, one piece when it was in 1980, would you like to make the same in Russian, that they can respond if they don't understand Armenian?
Yeah, sure, why not? Я только что говорил на армянском языке, чтобы все, кто слушал меня, мои соотечественники, по всему, которые вот сейчас включили и слушают, я говорил только одно, что простой народ не хочет воевать, у него нету никаких врагов. Вот мы сами работаем international, мы работаем в Китае, работаем в России, в Европе, Америке. У нас очень хорошие друзья из Азербайджана, партнеры, можно сказать, с которыми мы работаем. Вот в Китае у нас фирма, где мой партнер – это азербайджанец. В Москве у меня есть фирма, я бизнесмен, где мой партнер азербайджанец. Мы очень хорошо друг друга понимаем, мы знаем историю друг друга. Я отсюда везу им армянский коньяк, они везут оттуда очень хорошие фрукты. И, понимаете, у нас очень хорошее понимание политики, и мы все хорошо знаем, что не происходит, это происходит сверху. И очень часто происходит не из нашей страны. Другие силы, другие более сильные государства всегда влияют на наше правительство и делают так, как они хотят. Даже наше внутреннее правительство, оно не хочет войны. Оно хочет, чтобы народ развивался, чтобы экономика развивалась, люди росли, люди строили города и так далее. Никто не хочет воевать. Я просто призываю всех, вот кто понимает, что будущее за технологиями, а не за оружием. Потому что очень скоро эта технология делают так, что эти оружия не будут стрелять, они просто не будут нужны никому, это будет металлолом. Только здравый смысл, технология и знания будут творить то, что вот мистер Кеши вот принес в наш мир. Да? Смотрите, на маленькой планете, в маленьком регионе мы сегодня воюем, враждуем друг с другом. Но это же тупо, это не умно. Умные люди смотрят наверх, смотрят на небо, смотрят на другие галактики. Там миллионы других рас, с которых мы просто не знаем еще. Мы должны сплотиться вокруг своей расы, человеческой расы. И очень скоро у нас будут другие вызовы извне, которые мы должны вот поддерживать и которые должны защищать всю нашу планету. Люди пока этого не понимают, сидят на деньгах и не понимают, что они делают. Потому что нет у них знаний, нет у них веры и нет у них понимания того, что происходит. Так что я призываю всех своих соседей, и не только соседей. Я работаю с 32 странами по бизнесу. У меня очень хорошие партнеры везде, друзья. Я вот всех призываю, которые вот понимают сейчас меня, чтобы они просто забыли. Не надо воевать. Смотрите друг на друга, как на друзей. Все друзья. Ищите в людях только добрые, то, что доброе, что можно вызвать в человеке. И он будет поступать по-доброму. Будем и в нашей стране продолжать вот технологию в обмен на мир. У нас очень серьезные переговоры с нашим правительством идут. Я думаю, это даст серьезный результат. Я тоже призываю вас вот обратиться и начать совместные работы по установлению мира. Жалко наших народов. Сколько это может продолжаться. Спасибо за внимание. Thank you for attention.
Спасибо тебе.
Thank you very much. Would you like to say anything in English, any of you two Armens?
In English? If you understood what Armen said in few words, you know, he described the whole Keshe Foundation. We never had any enemies. As Armenian, I can remember, always our country been invaded. So we never fight. We don't like to fight. We like to build. And as a Christian, as Armenian, as a one planet human, I can say one thing, you know, that we can live all in peace with no problem. I wish that everybody understand that and understand what's coming. That's the beauty of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now you will understand why we set up the Universal Council by a language basis. Across this planet, we live in different parts, but we speak and think in a given language. This is the job of the Universal Council in these conditions, that the counselors speak with each other and motivate and unify the different language supporters to work together, that in the case of conflict right now, that by working together, they can show to their governments or people who run the nation that if we are working together, what's the use for war? We're doing everything freely. So now in a way you see the emergence and the need for Universal Council, where there are no hierarchies, all equal, and it's the job of the counselors to be attentive that language does not become another tool for separation, but a tool for unification. And this is the job that, as we said, we replace the United Nations, which has been nothing but on the greed of the finance and for those who wanted to serve it, to the giving by soul and unification of mankind in one team, in one group. So for the first time, you see the work of Keshe Foundation as a peace movement, Keshe Foundation as a replacement for the present government structure around the world, where people decide through loving each other and not through financial gains. Please understand, we are not here to bring new kind of slavery to different school of thoughts. We are here to bring unification to man, to understand the whole knowledge of universe is under one cover. And we use it to create peace. I put the hand of peace to the Chinese people, Keshe Foundation, as much as I put the hand of peace to the people from Philippines. Let the Keshe Foundations as one family work together, and with it we shall see peace. I appeal to Chinese leadership, and both to the American leadership and the Philippine leadership. Let the Keshe Foundation show you the path of peace, and you'll find out, as I wrote to the Chinese yesterday, why do you kill when giving life is sweeter? And now we see. We thank Professor Zhu for all facilitating everything with the Chinese authorities for us. We thank the charity in the background set up by Chinese to support this move. And we thank those people who understand the purpose of life on this planet, to be at peace, and be able to support. We can stop wars, but we cannot stop the natural disasters which China and the others face now and they're facing in the future. So we need to become as one family to create and promote rapid response forces that we can help each other. As I said, we expect huge calamities in the coming months. Maybe the China situation is a first step trial for the Keshe Foundation family to get themselves together to be able to work, that we can respond rapidly to each other. In the matter of responding rapidly, the present transportation system is useless. Volcanic eruptions, we cannot fly. Sea disasters, we cannot get to, loss of ports. So we need a new science, a new technology, where we become independent of the climates, the same as we are in the universe. So we start teaching the development and the structure of new lift and motion systems. I was told I'm teaching too rapid. I'm teaching technology to people who don't understand, as I explained last week. And my school of thought is every man is capable to understand everything when it comes to the knowledge of peace, knowledge of transportation, feeding his family, and the rest. No African is lower than a South American, and no man in Europe is higher than anybody else. This is an imagination of the people who are weak, where the color of hair cannot be superiority to another race. We understand one thing. I start teaching you something today, which is not only for your understanding of the technology further, but in understanding your own structure. And then in understanding your own structure, you understand how to interact with each other, how to develop technologies, and understand partially the line of communication in the universal language. Last week, at the beginning of my teaching, I used a direct language. If you remember, I went very easily, and they called me, I'm saying, satanic. No, this is what they do when you don't understand. That you are something because they know you understand too much, and they cannot abuse you. This is the language of universal language. Physicality, the emotion, and the soul. If you hold your finger this way, it means I'm prepared to communicate with you with my physicality and emotion. My soul is mine. If you turn your finger this way, I'm open. I cannot lie. I show you what it means. You understand the science behind it. This is not satanic. This is the language which was taught by man from the space, and those who understood it wanted to elevate themselves to be more important. You call themselves Illuminatis and Rothschilds. It's very simple. In a space, we do not have such a complicated digestion system as man has. So our soul and physicality and emotion stays together. It's the same as the 3 layers of your skin. The under, which feeds, the middle, which is the transmutation from one layer to another, and the outer, which is the interaction between the environment and what is inside. So it's the same process. You have the soul, you have the emotion, you have the physicality. It means I can give you I'm prepared to talk on the physical term and emotional term, but not with my soul. When I close my finger last week, I explained it means I have withdrawn the emotion and physicality with the soul because you've done wrong. When you do this in space, it means I'm not prepared to negotiate. I'm not prepared to give. What I have is mine, which meant the planet Earth is ours. We want to keep it. We want to bring peace. You have to go home, which means take your physicality, take your emotion, and your soul. They know who abused it. I'll show you how it works. It's part of the teaching today. So anybody who calls you satanic, these are the people who have used you. Now they rely on your ignorance. This is how the church and the mosque work. They didn't want anybody to be educated because they even themselves, most of the priests couldn't read. So whatever they said became the law. They lived and nourished on the ignorance and keeping people ignorant. And when people start educating, they lost their control. Now, I teach you the language of a space and the ethos which is built on. When you do this, it means my body and my emotion, I can talk. My soul is mine. When you do this, it means I keep my soul, but I'm prepared to negotiate. When you do this, it means I want to keep. I don't have much to give, and I don't understand. So it's very simple. Is the 3 layers. Can I have my screen, please? This is the same structure. When you understand it, they can't abuse. And then you understand how you can open, how you can understand, and how you can develop your knowledge to the limit that is good for what you understand. Let's go back, because this way you will understand it. It's connected the teaching together. Go back to the very first teaching. Go back to the cores you made. Go back to the understanding of the plasma. Go back to book number 1, book number 2. So I'm not telling you something which is not there. You've been taught, but now we bring the knowledge together. If you remember, we do this. The plasma field. As this is the strongest in the center, and this is the transition point, and what you see here is the end, what it represents itself. If you see it at this level, this is what you will see at what is supposed to be. I cannot pick up my color. So what you see here is at this point. What you see there, where plasma it wants to show itself at this point. Go back to the plasma teaching. Go back. You have a visual, clear visual test. You've done it yourself. And we've been through it many times. You have the field goes from one to another, a trans. Respect to its environment, it shows itself. So what you have the source, what you have the source here, what we call the principle. You have the transition, what we call present knowledge, you call it dark matter, and we have the matter state here. So it does not matter what you are, in what the status you are, a plasma, a human, anything else, you always have the same. The skin of the man runs the same. The structure of the man runs the same. Your stomach developed the same. The planet Earth is exactly the same. It has a center, it has a transition section, which we call it the magma, and then it has a solid surface. There's no difference. But what you have all missed in the whole structure is it's a copy of a human being. Look at the structure of human being. You see the same plasma, and then you understand something very simple. This is your brain. This is part which is missing from the brain, where your jaw, your body is, and for it to be sustained, it has extended itself. So what is not the rest of this plasma, as it should be like this, the brain, I've got a problem. Can you change this to, yes?
There are several problems on the internet, Zoom, reporting what's here, no matter something is happening with the internet. Yellow color cannot be seen, that's not
okay. Okay, yellow color cannot be seen. I put this here or near to it. This is the green part. So when you see the brain of the man, what has happened because of the condition of planet at this moment where we are and the structure of the life here, this part of the brain, which is what you see, has given its field forces to become, open up, and extend to be able to feed the rest and become the physical body of the man. If you gather all the body of the man in so many ways, back, push it up to itself, you will get a full circle of the man. That's how simple it is. But when you have this energy where you create this plasma, you still have the three sections. You have the physicality, you have the transition from the principle to what you call the physicality, which you call emotion, and then in the center of it sits the soul of the man. So your soul is in the center of your brain. That's how simple it is. Man has been looking for thousands of years, where is his soul? As we said in all our teaching, the soul is the creator of physicality. And was the creator of holding of the plasma. Now you understand how your physicality is created by your soul. And it's in control of your soul. Is the part which creates you and your life. Now you see there is no difference between the plasma of the man, the plasma of a field in your gas containers, atom, nucleus, or whatever. In a nuclear structure, atomic structure, we have one seed controlling the other. We call it atom, at one piece, at one unit. In the case of the man, because of the physical condition, this part of the brain has converted itself, instead of becoming an electron separate, has become the physicality of the man. Attached to each other, working together. And this is where man has not understood the position of his soul and the strength of his soul. So now you understand why we stand the shape. When you go in another environment, according to the condition created, you might not need so much of the physicality, you might need very less. So your soul level will change to this one, your emotional, and your level of physicality, because the environment doesn't need it, will be this part. Now you understand how we have come to be and what it is. And now you understand, if you go into the physical structure of the brain of the man, how you come to be. You have, we look at the top view, from the top of your head down. Your brain is in two halves. Where in the center we have the emotion, where in the center of that emotion sits the soul of the man. I will show you how you can measure, how you can detect, and how you can see the strength of the soul of the man. I promise you one thing, in time I will let you see the soul of the Christ, bless his name. And maybe today, if you understand, you shall see. Look at the structure of the brain of the man. When you look at the brain, you have some interesting part in it. If you look at it on the other side, in a way, sideways, this is a top way, you see here are the arm part. On the side here is your hand, and on this tip is your fingers. Right on the top is your upper arm when it's going inside down. So in a way, if you look at your brain, it's very simple. You come up, you can see yellow. You come up, it's the combination, and fingers on the side of your ear. Now you see, if you look here, your soul was sitting here. So you understand, the soul through the emotion of the field to physicality. So when you are in a space and you do not need so much what we have in a physical dimension, I have taught for many years, when you look at your hand, these two fingers are your emotion. These two fingers are your physicality and the boundary. This is the boundary of your body. This is the transmission of the information. The emotion and the soul shows itself by your thumb. A lot of people know. But now, in a space when you don't need a digestion system, most of the emotion to do with the physicality and physicality itself are not needed. In a space, most of the physical entities you see have this combination. Because man is too physical and the emotion attached to his physicality. So in a way, we can't go like this, it's more the same. But have two emotions and a physicality and a soul. So that's why they do. This is what it means. It's not saying something. They used it to, in a way, say, we know the knowledge, and some pretended to know the knowledge. Now you learn the first language of a space. So those who use this language, and they thought they are elite, in fact, they were peasants of the space which they've used it, and they did not receive any more. Today, by the time we finish, you will know more than the people who go like this or whatever, because now it means to you, this is my physicality, this is my emotion, and this is my soul. I am prepared to negotiate, I'm prepared to give. I'm strong enough in my soul that I can give. When you look at the finger, it gives you a lot of meaning. When I shake hands with people, when I stand in front of people, I know who I'm dealing with through the structure of their hand, because they look at me as a physical. I look at the state of their emotion. When your finger is like this, it means I'm a giver. I have nothing to hide. If your finger goes like this, I have equal balance. You find people who have this kind of finger. It means I want to possess everything, the soul and physicality. You see people with a bent finger, when you ask them, if you've been in my time as my patients, a lot of you, I've asked you to do this. And you just go like this. But you don't know what I'm looking for. You're looking for the shape of finger, but I look for the state of the soul, how much, where is going. When you look at my hand, you see my fingers go. It means I'm a giver. I have nothing to hide. I give everything. And then you look at the state of the shape of the hand, and you understand how he stands. I have nothing to hide. I'm a giver. Then you understand the state of the language in the universe. It's very much like the deaf language. You know, the deaf, they can't speak. The dumb, they can't speak. And here, they use a sign language. This is a space language. It's very simple. But the people who carry this are physical and very much primitive culture of the universe, who have landed here, taught people more than they knew, and they thought they are the possessor of everything. Now today, we show you to go beyond. We taught you about physicality. We worked with the matter state, we brought it in the plasma, we saw the transition of the fields of the plasma into the matter state, we called it liquid plasma. So you've seen these two. In bringing the two in action, we saw the gap in the middle, the soul. But if you go into my teaching for past years, I have told you many, many times, that even the soul has a strength. In the medical teaching yesterday, I opened partially the state of where the soul of the man sits. Is Dr. Klaus with us in the background, please? Dr. Klaus? Can you hear us? Hello, Rick?
I'm just trying to get that sorted out here.
Can you hear us clearly, or do you have a problem with us? For where?
But that's different. You want to get a hold of Klaus, right? Klaus Priller?
Yes, is
Okay,
Klaus there?
I'll unmute him, see if he's available. Hello, Klaus? Are you there? Maybe he's not immediately around.
Yes, I'm there.
there
Hello,
we are.
I'm there. I'm there, Mr. Cash.
Yes, hi, Dr. Klaus. Could you, in the background, bring the pages which we looked at yesterday before I had to leave to go to the hospital? We need, we need for you to understand, very, very simple, where and what strength the soul of the man exists, that you, in a very short time, if you understand it, can create the condition, the strength of the soul, elevate your soul, but you cannot take from it. You can divide it, but you cannot take away from it. This is important. Is there an issue here?
Just give me 2 minutes. I have to move to my notebook, please.
Stanley, is there a problem? Upstairs, yeah, we have a bandwidth problem.
Yeah, so it's the video is a bit jumpy.
Yes, we know they do. We are getting bandwidth suppression here suddenly from the time we start teaching. We try to wait, we try to take time till the people here in the building find out what's going on. These are deliberate attempts to slow down sharing of the knowledge. In any case, we have now the knowledge, we have the understanding, and we have the capability to understand more. Are we recording here on the, we are recording on, can you ask Stanley if he is recording on computer? Yeah, but can you record here on the computer? I want to see if we can, is it recording? Yes, but here on us, are we recording here? He is recording. Are you sure? Okay. What we're trying to do is see why from the time we start teaching we had this suppression. No, we carry on, there is no problem. Rick, can you hear us clearly?
Yes, the audio is not too bad. The video is just, it's a little blocky and is jerky, like it tends to be spotty that way. But we're hearing you quite well. Once in a while, it breaks up a bit.
Okay, so what I'm going to do, we're trying to see if we can record it here, or it's getting recorded here on our computer, that we can send it through back as a full if there is any problem. Go back to our teaching. Let's take you back a step, and then you understand how in the past few weeks I have been giving you a hint. I've been trying to bring you here, and now we are here. Go back to the teaching. Go back to understanding. Last week, at the end of the teaching, part of the teaching, I came to this to make ready for today. We said the physicality of the man is dependent on copper plus CH3, how you made your gas liquid, plus CO2, plus amino acid, and this is more composition of the physicality of the man. When you have a physical damage, you put a CO2 patch with some gas of copper oxide with the CH3 to increase it, and for a division of it in the body of a man, we always said in a common language you understand today as B12, or in a way, cobalt. Huh? Oh, Okay, no problem. The whole process is you have the physicality, you need the giving energy to it, need to communicate, you connect it to the amino acid, which is to do the man, and in dividing in what energy comes in. In the teaching, I have explained to you when it comes to the emotion, the line of emotion, we always use zinc oxide because it's very close. Emotionally, you affect your physicality. The same process. You have the same amino acid, but in the transition from whatever it is to the physicality, you don't need that much division. So in fact, you don't need much of energy dividing, what we call radiation. Monoatomic structure of field. So if you go back to my teaching last week, I said to you a very simple thing. There is an element in the periodic table, which is the element field strength. You understand? Is the field strength. Gravitational magnetical field strength. We're talking about that no more. So in that process, there is an element here which in the same line of communication does not need energy because it has its own. It creates its field. You can add a CO2 on it. It's connected to amino acid of the man, and it divides itself to be reached to all levels of the spectrum. So it has a radioactive base or a monofield that it can cut it into pieces, or allowing the division of what I always called, you have a piece of bread, you cut it in the physical world with B12. Now, your holy grail has been to find this element. Now, you shall see the element. The way you made the GaNs of copper, the way you made the GaNs of zinc, if you make the GaNs of this material in a spectrum in respect to its radioactive section, which is monoelectric, or monoplasmatic, I should say, then you will be able to create the soul of yourself, or the soul of the people. If somebody tells me, I'm a descendant of the Christ, very easily you can see the Christ through the same soul. We know the descendant of the Christ lives or moved to south of France. So in the French south blood, we can find the true blood of Christ. Very simple. I show you where to find it in a time to come.
Mr. Keshe prepared the documents from yesterday if you need them.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Klaus. So now you understood, you played with these two for months. You have the confidence, you know it works. You made the patch, you made the GaNs liquid, use it for cancer, you made the pen, use it for your pen, you made all sorts of things with it, use it in agriculture. Now, let's find the matter state strength, which is near to the soul of the man, and all you need to do, get touch of your own skin. With it, you will have the indication of the strength of your own soul. Then you can see how true you are and how your physicality transfers the knowledge, or it becomes a Chinese whisper inside you're a murderer and you call yourself whatever. Because your intention is to kill, but you're a president, you're hunger for power, you show yourself as man of peace. I'm a man of peace. Don't forget, as a human race, we have more or less one common denominator, which is amino acid, I shall see the intention of your soul. So now it comes to the reality. Do we need, or are we, in reality, human race, as members of the universal community, men of peace? Dr. Klaus, could you please show us the screen? Can you share the screen with us? We come back to it. Where is that thing, Stanley? Where have they gone, these two?
Screen is shared now, Mr. Kesh, you can see.
Stanley just walked out. I have to find out. Okay, we need the screen to share, please. Okay, he's sharing a screen. We need to see his screen. Are we disconnected from? Okay. What we did, this is part of the teaching of yesterday we did. I need you to reduce, Dr. Klaus, the top screen with the body of the man to the left. I need this, where you got the education piece. Can you move it just so we can see all the elements of the table, please? No, don't take it out. Just put it next to it. Shrink one that they both fit in the same screen, please. Yeah, but we need to see both pages next to each other, please. If you can shrink that, yeah, just a little bit. A little bit, please. Okay, that's perfect. Thank you very much. Now, we said the original or the origin of life on this planet started in the air, which was the easiest part, in the gaseous part, which brought the oxygen, the nitrogen, and the carbon in their combination together to create life. Can I use this to write on? You can do it? Yeah. I need this here. If you look, the gaseous part of this planet gave the origin of life, what we call the amino acid. In amino acid, in interaction with iron, with division of cobalt, which is radiation on a matter state, we received hemoglobin. In the interaction of hemoglobin with the two metals, copper and zinc, we found physicality and emotion. In interaction of the totality with calcium and potassium, we found a structure. Here we were liquid muscles. Here we found solidity, bone structure, and upright. That became physical entity. If in the space we take the calcium and sodium away from the composition of the structure of the physicality, then we'll find even the brain of the man will be in a plasma condition without a solid state, because even your brain cell has a calcium base that is giving it its volume. We showed this in the teaching of the past. So in reality, what you saw in the units which were here, we showed with Marco built them, we showed how we could control building a structure without physicality, just with potassium and the rest. Now you've seen in this part the amino acid, what I wrote in the background. You've seen copper for the physical, zinc for the emotion, division of the blood to be able to be in a condition of the feeding the emotion and physicality and a physical structure. What is missing? We asked to see the composition of the material of the body of the man. Look, oxygen, carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen. But we came to the physical part. You've seen iron, cobalt, copper, zinc, iodine. If you look for the position of iodine, you'll see a very revealing point. Why do we have iodine? If you look, iodine is in the places where the emotion shows itself in physical matter. Brain, prostate. Where we produce, where we give new life is needed. So if that's exactly where it is. If you look at it, anything to do with the cycle of the life and position, we see iodine. There we are in the brain. So in that proposition, we know we are looking for the position of the soul. Can you minimize this, please? Dr. Klaus, we need you to just move this somewhere else, please. Okay. No, we're going to go back. Okay. No. Go back, please. Now you understand the skin is part of the brain. You need iodine in it because it carries the same condition. So what do you see? You have found in this strength point the strength of the soul of the man. But the beauty with it is it needs its division as is giving cesium and other radiation. You saw how cobalt sat with iron. You see iodine sits with cesium. If you can make a condition, you can make the soul of the man. You have a number of ways to create. A number of you will hear the noise of the soul of the man or yourself when you interact with it. You can hear yourself in the physical matter when you touch your own soul. You can hear, and the way emotionally you use the zinc to bring somebody out of depression, as we've seen with doctors reporting, where you use the CO2 and copper oxide to bring a physical improvement. You can feed your soul to balance the soul, that by it being balanced, it does not need to look for physicality to feed itself to create a physical condition. So at this state, man becomes independent of physicality in any dimensions in the universe. So do we need to create wars where we can reach the soul of the presidents, the soul of the kings, who thought they are kings, but in fact, the whole mankind is the king of himself, and there are no leaders within our soul, what should be in the world of physicality. So, if you understood this, you can replicate it, and you can bring it about the way you've done with zinc and copper. You can replicate to become independent of physicality and become part of the soul of the creation in the universe. Now you understand what I told you. I'll change the course of humanity today. For the first time, you can see your own soul. You can create a condition that you will understand the true nature of yourself, and this is what you shall be seen in the space. I've told you many times, the more well advanced cultures in the universe, they see, they hear your intention through your emotion long before you hide it in physicality. Because they have access to that transition line, because it's the strength they produce to see through you. And strange enough, more or less, most or majority of the soul of the creation in the universe, on this universe, goes a step further up. If you follow the same chart, you will find the soul of the galaxy, the soul of universe, and the soul of universes. But in time you will understand. As you've seen, the ratio. Did not need much to go from interaction of physicality to emotion. But you see the strength of the emotion in respect to the soul on this planet. Now you can imagine what the man has not understood about the rest of the table of the universe. Go by the same order of magnitude, you will understand, you will find the soul of the universe, but that needs understanding of transmutation of the elements. What does transmutation is? Transmutation is not what we brought and we showed in Fukushima, and now we see scientists in Russia have confirmed in the past couple of weeks that they have managed to achieve what we achieved and we announced months ago. Don't forget what I always say. When we release the knowledge, we release the knowledge to soul of the whole entity of the universe, not just for those who listen a few. So we have enlightened and passed the knowledge to the scientists, which they can confirm the totality on the other hand. So now, if you understood this, you don't need to make yourself copper and zinc and gold or whatever, because now you can create a condition that it covers the totality. Don't forget the structure of everything you have. You look at the number of the protons, but in fact, man should look at a different number. And this is amazing how it has not done so yet. You have to look in the structure of the mother. Why the world of atomic structure physicists have chosen the wrong thing and they've gone for proton, I don't understand. Neutron division leads to the creation of proton and electron. You should look in the structure and number of the neutrons, not electrons or protons, or what the way the present fallacy in the world of physics has brought us. This is where I could not understand the teaching of my professors in the university, because they never understood that if they could not, the riddle did not make sense. And a lot of you understand now what I mean. If in the atomic nuclear structure, we say by the division of the neutron, we have a proton and electron, how come we are taking the weakest, not the mother? In the nuclear physics, in all these tables we see now, you should look in the number of neutrons, not in the number of protons, which is already divided. Itself is a transition point. If you look in the atomic structure of iodine, can you tell us how many electrons and how many protons are in iodine, please?
Gonna enlarge it.
127. Okay.
127, yes.
Yes. But if you take 53 from 127, what's the difference? It shouldn't be hard. It's
73, I believe.
So now, in the present physics, the misguided scientists went for proton. But in reality of the plasma technology, how come you count the chickens and you count the eggs, but you don't consider the chicken which gave the egg? If you start looking for the mutation of the elements into the neutron, the mother, the principal cell, then you understand the world of creation changes drastically. Look at the copper, look at the zinc, look at the iron, look at cobalt, look at cesium. Cesium, to you, is something nuclear physicists use. But in fact, as I've said many times, cesium is a radioactive material. We use it understand it in nuclear industry, where, for example, tritium and others create different radiations, different fields. And because man has not understood the totality of the spread of monogravitational or monomagnetical, they have called it radiation. A radiation to the plasma technology is stronger on the field strength of gravitational side or a magnetical side. So even what you call a radiation is a plasma. Book number 2. So if you understood the meaning of a radiation in a plasmatic condition, which means as much as you give, you are receiving, you are giving it in gravitational or you're receiving it in magnetical. It's a big difference when it comes to the world of the plasma. And then if you are giving in a plasmatic, what you call like a cesium gamma rays, it means you spacing the neutrons from each other, because now they receive energy is more, so the spacing is more. The world of the present nuclear physics has not understood that we have 2 types of radiation, even in gamma or anything else. If you are on a magnetical or on the gravitational gamma or specific strength, if you understand, you say this is the strength of the gamma rays, then you can say it's the state of emotion, pain, state of happiness. So now you have found the strength of the radiation of the emotion of the man. Then if you understand this, you can increase or take from the soul to change the physicality. Those who understood what I said in past 2 minutes, you have found the secret to the world of the Creator. In so many ways, in so many categories, in so many understandings, if you understood what was needed, the cobalt or cesium are magnetical field strength at giving or taking, then you understand if you compact it, where you compact it, you create a more division, because in coming together, energies has to be released. You decide what becomes electron or what becomes proton. So you dictate the condition of the creation of the plasmatic field in the world of creation. Now, if and when we come to understand the totality of the knowledge, for the first time, man can create the field strength detection of the soul of the man, and then it's you, the way you improved your physical condition with the gases and the liquid plasma, the way you change your emotion, and the doctors who are in the background, they can tell us their patients feel totally different, which means they have received what was lacking in the emotional part of the brain. If you can use something in the region of iodine and understanding the ratio of the giving, you decide how much you divide, how fast. With cesium, you can understand, you raise the level of the totality of the soul of the planet in one instance. Because if you give, each soul takes what it needs, and the rest is available to the others. It does not take long to change the animal behavior of this planet to the behavior of the universe. And then you understand why I said to you last time, in the past couple of things we've done with the Rothschilds and Illuminatis. Because now You understand what they were told initially, and they've used it, and they created the conditions to create what they wanted. Now, if you can produce the GaNs of iodine and understand how I explained to you using gravitational magnetic field, even of cobalt, of the higher strength order, where iodine, tomorrow there shall be no Pope, because he will put his own crown down, and he has said so. And they know the coming has come. Rick, we sent you a post about the Pope a few days ago. Can you pull that up?
Let me see if I can find that, Mr. Kesh.
So what you will see, the heads of the religious, the heads of governments, why they've been trying to silence and murder me, and with it they murder others in the past few weeks. This is the knowledge they knew through the contacts and the communication which will be released, and this is what they did not want to be released. Now, not only you have the understanding of the strength of the emotion of the soul, now do you need a spaceship to travel the spaces of this universe? This is what was the biggest fear for those who knew the knowledge will be shared in such a rapid way. Go back. You all are so talented. You are so strongly understand the whole technology. You created the ganses of the fruits. You created the ganses of the copper and the zinc. Go for iodine. Start producing it. Understand, you can get hold of cobalt much easier. It'll take much longer time, but something in the spectrum of the gravitational magnetic field of the interaction, somewhere, change the amino acid to the skin of the man yourself. Then, if you do it the right way, you shall see yourself within the structure and see if you like what your soul is and what you do in physicality. Put it, just touch somebody who calls himself a president, pick up the skin or put it in it, and then you see the soul of the president. Pardon? Rick.
Mr. Kesh, is that the one on the flooding that you wanted from China?
Pardon?
On the flooding in China, is that the one you wanted?
Caroline has sent it to you on your messenger now. You can bring it up.
Okay, I'll be a couple of minutes.
Just now. Yes, thank you very much. So now you understand my intention is peace. You have the amino acid and the soul of the man who says he's president. Then you know if you're voting for the right man or not, because now you see his soul. Now this puzzle is unraveling. And then if you are a murderer, you vote for it, because now he's of the same strength as you. But if you can show his soul and his intention, then it's a bigger pot. Much, much bigger pot. Then I said, no one can say, I'm a peaceful president, I want to do this and that, but the intention is I've sold my soul to the corporations, I want to create war. You got to understand, those who call themselves kings and world leaders and did mayhem with the man shall understand. This is from the Pope. Can you read it, please? Rick?
Okay, you mean the quote from the Pope, not to share wealth with the poor is to steal?
No, this one which you put on the writing. What's on the screen? Because some people don't see the screen.
I'm not sure what you mean, Mr. Kesh. I'm showing the thing that I've just got sent by Caroline.
Okay, just read it.
Picture of the Pope, and it has Jeff Green from True World News says, a world war not to do money and told why not to do so. as dollars bring disunity, crime, and greed, and why religion will not receive the Messiah. Messiah is the end of religion. As with the Messiah, there is no point to religion, putting religion against the will of God. This is not what the Pope has said. This is what Jeff Green from True World News has said.
Understand.
And it says, not to share wealth with poor is to steal. Pope slams capitalism as the new tyranny.
Now, if you have a soul, you don't need any money. This is the understanding of a man. And this is what they understand. Do you need? Because they know the time has come that there is no need. As I said, you cannot sell a single greenback in the space to man of the universe. There is no money unless you give from your soul. Thank you very much. Can we go back to Dr. Claus's, please? You got to understand something very interesting. Most of the world leaders, most of the religious leaders, they know the term has come to an end. It's a matter of weeks and days. Because when you go to anywhere, I explained to you, you can see the true color of the guy by literally shaking his hand, and in that process, take a swap of your hand where you shook, you see your soul with his soul, and you see if it's the same color. If your intention is peace, you know who you are voting for. We have a very interesting point. I told you how you shall see the soul, how you start understanding the interaction. Somebody on the golden age of GANs has posted something very interesting. We sent it to Rick, if you have it. It's a GANs of copper oxide, green, and he has put it in the middle. Have you got that, Rick?
Let me see if I can get that here.
Have you got it, Caroline? Can you send it to him? It's getting sent to you by messengers. It is very interesting because this is the very first systems that now you can see the intention and interaction of the GANs of body of the man with what you have produced. And if you understand this, you understand you can do the same with the soul of people. If a woman says, I love you, you say, can I have the skin, please? I have a machine which can measure it. Really me or not? Very bad for a lot of people, huh? Oh, you will see the light. You will understand very soon. Because when you make a bad intention, you know the color, because there is no color. So in reality, now we can create a condition for what we call the condition of the soul in respect to what it is. Last week, before the teaching, the day before, I received a very clear message from the world leaders. And I understood it fully. But they didn't understand what I understood behind it, as the message was in a coded way, and it was exactly what it was. I was told, as I said, you're teaching the technology as a lot of people don't understand. But the message from the soul of the people who sent the message was, it's the time that we all understand. They carried the coded message, but they didn't understand the message which was carried on. And it came from leaderships of the nations. In a way, in blacklisting physicality, they blacklisted their own soul. And we'll see more and more. Can you read this? Can you open this and read it, please? Rick?
No, I can't, Mr. Keshe. It's just an image, and I can only show what I have here of it.
Ah, you haven't sent the link, Caroline.
I can try to get into the person's Facebook or whatever and try to show it through that.
Okay.
Perhaps.
Till we find it, you'll understand what it says is Mexico from the Spanish Universal Council Group. You see, this is a container of GaNs of copper oxide in a liquid GaNs, and you see this is the position of it. When another man comes and sits on the other side and speaks, the GaNs moves towards that direction. If this side speaks, it moves to this direction. If you bring a third person, it moves into three ways. So test this yourself, because you have to give this confidence to yourself that you understand. So now bring the GaNs of the soul and put it in the same container. My intention is peace. See if the other guy, when he says the intention is peace, is more towards you because his peace means giving totality, or towards him. Sir, this is a middle line. We are equal, but you're lying. This is one of the first, there it is. You can read it, please. Can you read it, please? You see the shape of the GaNs and the movement is heavier to one side or the other. When he is a Spanish, the translation is there. When he moves, somebody comes on this side. You can't see me, can you? They cannot see it. I can go like this. When somebody comes on this side, they moves that way. When somebody comes on this side, and it's the same intention, they'll go that way. They brought a third person somewhere here, it moves towards the third person. So it splits. So this is one of the first tools of understanding. We sit around the table, darling, I love you. Moves to the other side. Oh my God. I would like to see how many tables and pans and pots fly.
I can read it, Mr. Kesh.
Please read.
This is the visualization of energy dynamics of plasma. We have discovered that what we know as inert matter generates a static plasma energy. Living beings generate plasma energy dynamics. Excuse me, let me turn off your microphone so it doesn't echo. Okay, humans generate enormous amounts of energy of plasma, and between us, we interact also through our energy fields of plasma. The GaNs, fifth state of matter, have the property to generate energy dynamics of plasma, and for that, we use them for this purpose. We can generate GaNs of chemicals as well as biological origin. We call them organic. The photograph shows a container with water and sediment from GaNs. The GaNs are besieged as if they were a mud. To put this cup on the table between two people talking, the GaNs are starting to move and round up, showing the flow of energy of plasma. If a third person joins the conversation, a third branch will begin to form. It's funny because we can see if there is a balance between the two people, or if one of the people, he's removing the energy from the other. Okay. Let me unmute you, Mr. Kesh. There you go. Yeah, so we can hear you now.
Now you see the very first tools of detection of plasma. If you understood the basic or the knowledge behind this, then you understand where we are heading for. Put the world leaders and sit on the other side of the table on the international screen and say, our intention as a nation is peace, and says, I want peace too. Goes to the other side. You already have elected your lying president. This is important. We don't enter in the physical matter, we enter in the levels of the emotion. And then there is nothing to hide, because the physicality is nothing but, as we say, a frock of shame. And then I want to see how many presidents will serve. It's in the writing of Baha'u'llah blessed name. The time will come that no man will take the crown of kingship. Means it's so hard. A king is the attribute of the creator, means forgiving, generous, and the rest of the 100 names for creator. And if you can produce it, you will receive it. In this way, now you see how you have become the man of space at the most advanced levels. Those of you who are still looking for physicality, you bury your mind and work in the GANs and the rest. Those of you who go into the higher level of the interaction of the souls, you will start creating the condition of the destination where you want to go and see how the physicality shapes itself in that position. So now man can choose the point of destination. Man can choose if I want to be amongst these people. The beauty with the way I have taught you is all of you are capable to create the condition of your own soul and understand the true structure of your own soul. You lied, you cheated, and you put it as you're correct, it will shine like nothing. Those who plan murders and carry it out, and then when their hands are open, they go on every way, the souls will shine. We'll show the truth about everything and everyone. So it's very easy. You don't need to bring the man. We bring the soul of the man and we'll know the truth. The soul shall speak. It is very easy. If you understand the reality about the creation and the true realms of the creation in all dimensions. I keep on repeating. As I said, in my time, I take man to space equal as the others, not as a slave. If you understood even the basic of what is behind what's on the screen now, I have taken you in the realms of the ends of what you can understand more or less in the work of the universe. I especially wore a tie today. As you know, I wear most of the time my ties according to what I'm going to teach and what it's going to be. If you look at my tie, it's very, very simple. It's an eye and the glasses. Do you need an eye to see a soul, or do you need glasses which I taught you to create the plasma of the fields to see the creation of the universe? So, are we going to look through our physicality, or are we going to look for the soul of the man? Would we make glasses that very much sees through, creates field condition, and the way we go to cinema and we put the 3D glasses on and we see the 3 dimension, in a very short time, we all have glasses for the soul of the man. Somebody has already made the first glasses. They put it on the net. So if you understood what I thought today, and you can see the first glasses coming on, then you say, Mr. President, you said peace, but my glasses, they say your soul says something else. You already sold everything. It becomes the Chinese whisper between the soul and the physicality. Somewhere in the line, the emotion plays. You see the strength of the play of the emotion, how you can cheat, how you deceive, and how you kill. I would like to invite the Rothschild family on the table and see how much blood sits on their hand. Don't forget, you have to pay for the totality. What your parents have done that has put you in this position, send it to Rick. Then you have to do, because you are part of the soul of what has arrived, then you understand why the religious leaders have to kiss the hand of the mortals. Because these mortals have connection, and They've used it. You've seen many pictures of the world religious leaders kissing the hand of Rothschilds and the family because they carried the knowledge of the universe, and whenever they needed it, they threatened it. Now you all have. And now you understand when last week I went very simply like this, it means I took your physicality and your emotion to the soul of the man and you go back. Now this is how it's all right as the world leaders in the universal condition to dictate the terms of sending back, which means to the power we carry both the physicality and the emotion, the truth of the soul, and you send it back where it comes from. So we took that away from the Rothschild family, and we took it away from Illuminatis, and we took it away from those who call themselves religious leaders to abuse it. Now you understand why every one of these world leaders use the 3 fingers or 2 fingers, but they always kept it to themselves. Now you can do the same, but you can make the soul of the man. So we are not those who call us Satans. In fact, we gave you the secret of those, means now you understood we are the saviors of humanity in the hand of the devils or the people who took from the soul of the man. So those who talk, me being a Satan, no, I'm a translator. I just opened the riddle. Now the hand is open. Now you understand. This is what I told you. I teach you the language of the universe. Universe has physicality and universe has soul and emotion. Now you see the language, if you're at the level of physical life, how to communicate what it means. I'm a giver. In the language, if you are in pain in your physicality, it means you need energy for your all from the soul, which cannot supply, because the line of communication with the emotion and physicality doesn't exist. In a space, you go like this. It means I need physical support from the emotion. My emotion is not wrong. Something is wrong in my emotion. I don't get fed from my soul. You understand the verbal language, the sign language of the universe, and it's very easy. It's extremely easy. So now, if you do the same with your soul, the way I showed you how part of your physicality has become part of your emotion and is part of your soul, and you have divided it, then you understand a lot. As I said, we have entered the true cycle. For those of you in Armenia looking for the peace, and you have one of the geniuses of the science of plasma sitting with you as Ahmed, you can soon change the soul of the whole nation in a very simple way. You reach the soul through the language, which is the language of an emotion according to your own work. There we are. As you see on the screen, the first plasmatic glasses. Very interesting. It looks like 1930s glasses where people used to wear. Soon will be modified. Fill it up with gases. It's amazing. We have geniuses around us, and they deliver it. Make now the glasses for the emotion. When your lover says, I love you, you say, I can see your emotion. You're thinking about somewhere else. Very bad, huh? Church will make no more money because nobody can deceive. It's very interesting. If you come around this part of the world in Italy, we see a lot of churches. And in one city, a small town, there's about 20, 30 churches. You think there must be very religious men in this village. But in fact, it's what they stole from them. They told the man, when you go fishing, you need to give some. Before he goes, he gave some. When he fished, came back alive, he gave some more. And while he was away, the wife, according to the structure, gave more because she went somewhere else. So in fact, the fisherman fished for the church only. That's why the villages stayed poor and the buildings of the god in Walt's name became big. Now you understand, in a space you cannot give to these thieves or fishermen. You got to understand. It is very, very simple. If the man doesn't understand, he'll be abused. And it's my job to teach you not to be abused. We saw last week, we showed the signs, and it was written everywhere by those who are knowing in the time they'll be in prison with their souls and their physicality, wrote a lot about Satan. But they didn't know the fact. Well, we know, understand the language of the universe and how we teach it. So if the freedom of man is a Satanism, we are all Satans. Because every man has to be free. But we have, as I said, we give them a bucket to kick. We kick the dog for the cow to go meow. Which means now you understand who are the Satans amongst you. Who are the real people who have deceived, damaged, and killed. Now we let them have a fields day because they will have a very small fields of 2 by 4 square meters to play for the rest of the physicality. You took a life of a boy, we take the life of a nation. And the same as I said, there shall be no one will call himself a Jew, because now you can see the true action and the soul of the Moses, and I wonder how many of you want to be connected to bloodshed. The same behavior has got. Stop playing. No problem. Now you understand. Every word I said had a meaning. Now, slowly we unravel the meaning. We call on the world leaders to get together very rapidly and plan the world peace in conjunction not with the United Nations, but with the Universal Council. The core team was summoned this morning to meet, and the soul of the members of the core team of the Keshe Foundation is there to support the total change. They are the people with sincere intention, with the souls at disposal of humanity. And that's one thing you shall never understand. In so many ways, we have started by passing the physicality and emotion and going to the source of the structure of the human race. And in that way, very soon, we don't need appeals for peace like with almonds, but we need to say, I'm available, take what you need, and peace be upon you, because I have given what I have. In so many ways, do we need to fight? Or have we finished with fighting, because now we see the soul of the man? I advise you, I encourage you to start building, test higher order, understand, look at the neutron, not the electron and proton, and you will understand how much those scientists who was promoted by the present people who were running it diverted the whole science of man deliberately for the man not to see the truth. In fact, from the beginning, the scientists who went for neutron, which is the controller, and they diverted to proton because the church diverted everything for reality not to be shown. Now you know the source of reality. The extent of the wars on this planet at this moment all goes to one place. And that comes, as they always said, all the roads ends up in Rome. So does all the wars and the killing. Would you like to be part of it? In fact, all the wars at this moment of time is the slavery of the soul of the man to the people who even themselves are fighting among themselves because they are entangled in physical life, and he ends up in Vatican. So we have two choices. Let the soul of the man who wears the robe of fallacy speak. When you can present and bring the soul of the Christ, there shall be no Pope, because not the religions have spoken, but the Christ has spoken. And Christ was not born out of the ground. In Jerusalem, you have cousins and bloodline of Christ. You can still, as Palestinians, bring the real true feature of the Christ, and then we'll see who's the real and what is the fact. And then we'll see a lot. I have to force you in that direction. I have to, because this structure which is set in Vatican has created mayhem. And the only way we can change it is by people seeing the fact. They call themselves Masons, and they call themselves Knights of Malta. There are no more criminals than these, and they infiltrated the Keshe Foundation by name and then by structure. And that's one of the reasons we literally pulled one out of the whole Keshe Foundation in the recent past. They wear the emblem of criminality and they walk here claiming to be saints. The reality is, do we need these people to come into a new technology like this, a new environment like this, to break into us, to break up the whole structure, to carry on with the past? We gave a warning, it was not listened. We had to take action, and we take action again. There is no room for superiority. There is no room for one being higher than another. I carry two souls, the soul of physicality and the soul of the Creator. When I speak as a man, I live the life of a man. When I speak as the Creator and the totality, the soul of the Creator speaks. That's why I carry the full knowledge, even though I live in the physical body of a man. Now you understand where I come from. When I teach you as a soul of the Creator. When I'm a man, a father, a lover, a husband, and everything else which goes with physical life. Never make a mistake between the two. So I carry so much knowledge to share with you, as has been the father shares his knowledge and his wealth with his children. And man on this planet are part of the children of the Creator across the universe. We gave you the same knowledge that the children of the family of the universe are all equal, that no child is superior than the other, be it on the physical life here or in the universe. The man of space from this planet will understand soon. When you enter in the universe community, you'll say, thank Father that you brought us equal. There shall be no jealousy. Because I share the knowledge in such an equal way that none of the children can be more than the other. Those who want to create separation, it means they have still on the path of abuse, and we have seen what has happened to the abusers. You got to understand something very simple. In a very short time, in less than 2-3 years, I walked millions of you in the path of the Creator, in the path of knowledge to the Creator. Now it's for you to decide, because I can teach you more. I teach you the tricks. It's like sitting on the table with your child and trying to hide a coin from him, and then he cannot see. But at the end of the game, you show how you do it, and you teach him this is how is the pleasure. You didn't see what was right in front of you, and that's how the love of the child and the father establishes. In showing all the tricks you know that he can repeat and be a pleasure to others. So I have teach you, and I'll keep on teaching the rest of the knowledge of the universe, that in time you will understand something very simple. There is no difference between the children of the Adam and the children of the rest of the humanity and the Universal Council, and by it, the universal community as a whole. So please start the process. See the soul, change the soul, the physicality changes. Some of you will even change the color of your skin. Some of you will change the color of your hair. Some of you will change in totality of physicality. And then you haven't become what you call mutated, but you are in true shape of what you want to be with the soul, but the physicality has taken a different shape because the information condition of the environment has played the Chinese whisper. Then you understand, if you really like to be blonde or black hair, you love long hair, you would love to have 20 legs because you can touch so many people at the same time because you're too physical, and then you will see new creatures, because now the creatures are the state of the emotion of the soul, which dictates what it pleases it and is only there to give in that position. So you don't become chameleon, you become the representation of the true structure of your soul. Now we have a very big question. Now that you start understanding, some of you use the pads and you saw people's pain disappearing. Now that you make the tools of the soul, what will you see? Would we start seeing those who amongst us are not of our blood, of the hemoglobin of this planet, and we still greet them, love them, care for them because they still have a soul? And then if you understand this, every entity has its own soul and does not exist, which what we call the principal matter is the soul of the matter. Then you decide how you play the game. You decide how you want to extend the knowledge. I still play the games. You want the generator? I build you a generator. You want the flying machine? I build your flying machine. You want the flying saucer? You want to travel with the strength of your soul, the whole realms of the creation without ever using any craft? Now you understand a very simple thing. The totality is one. And depending on what strength you add to where, there will be the point of your manifestation. I said to you many times, a plasma is very simple. On the same plasma, you carry the information of the GANs of the copper, zinc, hydrogen, and everything else. Extend your horizon. Now, if you understand, you can create the plasma, the magnetic field of any position in the universe, how far further you want to go. So you can create the conditions of the universe within the structure of your soul, and there you shall be. As I said to the Americans on the table of the first peace talks with Iran, we cross your nation many times without you knowing. It means we have the knowledge which you don't have. And now, in a very recent past, we've seen our knowledge has been used by 3 nations and shared by Iran with them, and it's been used in a perfect way. We've seen it shared with Russia, and in recent past, we've seen it shared with the Chinese. And we saw its influence in the time in Syria. So the technology has been well used, and as I said to the Americans, do not make the creator on a blacklist, because when the creator make a blacklist, there shall be no America. I have to be free to teach humanity wherever I want to go, not by a president to be put on a blacklist for him not to be shown his criminality. So, as you select your nation or your leaders, you have to stand what comes to the leaders as you selected the wrong soul. So my advice to President Obama is very simple. Take me and my foundation off a blacklist, which is not the color of your skin. You are brown, and in truth, the center of the body of the man is clear and transparent. We have to be able to move, to teach, that bring the total humanity out of slavery, or we make a slave out of nation of United States if we have to teach the others. I have been patient and I've taken a lot. Now, standing on the platform of peace, we have to stop those who created wars. And it's very simple. I don't do it. My wish is peace. And you, very simply, will create it. And then we have to see. Then we have to understand. Then we have to bring the change. And in bringing the change, we enter man into universal community. Now, a lot has become clear. Go and find the material which creates laughter and joy in the bandwidth of the strength, and make this planet a happy planet. And then find the material which makes the bandwidth of peace, which means comfort and giving. I explained to you something very, very simple. Can I have my whiteboard, please? I show you a trick. It's for you to understand it and to play it. Stop. You see the copper and zinc. Dr. Klaus, can you bring us the isotopes of copper and isotopes of zinc next to each other on the board, please?
Okay, just a moment.
You understood that. Can I go back to my whiteboard, please? You understood that emotion, to show itself in physicality, has a strength of bandwidth. So your laughter, your joy, your cry, your pain sits somewhere in the isotopes between these. Now you can detect emotion. Now you can detect, you want to make happy planet. This is the bandwidth of happiness across the whole of amino acid. That's where the isotopes comes to play. Then, if you understood this, go back into the level of understanding of the whole structure of the bandwidth of the soul, and then create the soul which is giving, and then create the soul which is there, you as a center to give. You'll find out very soon you'll reach the state of the creation of the universe. Have you managed to get it, Dr. Klaus?
Yes, I'm just sharing my screen.
Can we share a screen there, please? We have two tables, one for the zinc and one for the copper. And then look at the isotopes. Actually, if you go to Wikipedia, at the bottom of each element, isotopes, you have a very good demonstration of it, both for zinc and the copper.
Also, there's a very good website, webelements.com.
Is this okay like this, or shall I go to Wikipedia?
We'll go much detail because this is very narrow.
Okay.
You see, we need the known isotopes. You see it starts on 52 of the copper. If you go to isotopes of the others, don't forget English, Dr. Klaas, please, not the German. So now, if you see the two isotopes of both elements, you will see what you need to do. What's the problem? No, 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 no. We need the isotopes. No, no. The isotopes of copper and the zinc. We need the two. And then you will very easily will produce the bandwidth strength. The way you made the tomato. You had the water and you had the taste and the smell of tomato. You remember? Now you can create with the isotopes strength of happy drink. A drink which creates happiness for the world. Because now you touch the soul. If you find the soul and then you put in this interaction in a specific condition, the strength between the zinc and copper, which connects the physicality to emotion, which something you see beautiful and you cry with a cry of joy, and you see something horrible and you cry from sadness. Each one has a strength that triggers certain emotion, physicality. You can now, with this knowledge which you gain today, to produce it. And then look at the total isotopes between the zinc and copper. You find the total bandwidth of the human race, emotion with physicality. It's a very large bandwidth. It is a huge bandwidth. This is not the complete. We need a more complete, because there are hundreds and hundreds of isotopes on each one. Some has been clearly defined in some papers. Look, go into detail.
Just click on isotope of the zinc or isotope of the right here.
Arman is expert in this. He made something very recently. Yeah.
There are two links in the public chat.
So now you understand how you can go to your intention with a look. This is copper. It starts from 52 to 68. I think there is more into this. Can you go further down? Yes. Okay. Now you look. Just stop there, please. Stop. You look here. I'll go. Can I write here? Can you see it? Yeah. You look at here, for example. Cu72. Okay. Now you look at the zinc. 72. This is emotion connected to physicality as a given strength. Is this, to your amino acid, the strength of happiness? Is this what we are commonly called a happy nation? Start understanding the true structure of the nuclear physics in a plasma, which all of you now understand. You all have become more educated in the world of science than anything else. Can you click on the most stable isotopes of zinc as well, please? Now, bring it up and let's have a look. Now you stop, please. Stop. Can you bring the copper down as well to 52? Go to the top of the copper. Now you see your emotions. Go up, stop. You see only copper, more or less, in 52, 53 is part of your physicality. The rest plays in the emotion, which cell and where. You see you have a zinc 54, you have copper 54. Don't look at the neutron only, look how the neutron position themselves. And then, not yet. Sorry, Ella had a new question, but you have to carry on with this. Then you understand how everything fits in what combination of copper 62, 61 with a zinc 61, 62 will give you sadness or happiness. Is sadness to you when you have to give from yourself? Or is it a joy that you have given? If I give a cup of water to somebody who's thirsty, I enjoy, I helped. But if the same person grabs a cup of water from me, which I needed myself, is not. It's the same cup. It's the emotion which creates. So you have to look on the physicality and the emotion side. This will open your eyes to a lot if you understand it. Have a look. Very, 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 very nice. Here. Zinc 61. Copper 61. It tells you on the top, daughter isotopes. So in that bandwidth, you have found the reality. Have a look at copper 68 with the interaction of the zinc. Look at the copper 62. Each patch, each strength is one level of the emotion of the man. Then you can create a planet which touches the emotion. It's very much you go to a supermarket and they give the order of a strawberry, you all want a strawberry. Now you can create the order of peace. And see, I told you, I can create a machine today that no soldier knows why they're holding arms. They just walk off. The beauty of it is, fighting, taking is against the nature of the plasma. So no nation can go into war if you create the right field of satisfaction of an emotion. Now you know where the soul is. You can become the transition part, which is the emotion. The physicality just follows the order of the boss. It's very simple. Very, very simple. Is now the knowledge is on the table. As I said many times before, we had to wait that the knowledge of a man is more or less complete, that we could finish it off with what they have gathered. If we would have tried to explain this 20 years ago, 50 years ago, no man understood. Now you can see it physically. We have the science advanced enough that you can see a large number of people can replicate, so the knowledge should not be lost. And no many people will use the message given to become Satan. In fact, we are scientists of the universe. We understand the totality. So we have to look for those who committed the crime and wore the clothes and the robes of leaders, and with it, they get protection from them. Now you understand why the life of Fabio was sacrificed for freedom of the humanity. Those who thought they've done the job, they freed the man. That was the last crime you ever commit. But we bring you to the pole of justice through your soul. Those who sat, planned, killed so many people, so many scientists and their families for years, transferring into hidden banks, all will be revealed. The souls will tell us where they hidden the bodies of the children they've used. And then we shall see. Those of you who are born and are of the intention of the peaceful, you will prevail because you are the givers. And by giving, you elevate. And by elevating, the difference shall be shown. The physicality will speak. I started this process exactly 12 months ago, knowing soon I'll be where I am now. 12 months ago, we started the process of the bringing everything to correctness through Mr. Sterling case. And now we see the rest will follow. When a man is getting drowned, what does he do? He splashes and kicks to get himself above the water. And we saw the kicking and the splashing of the red circle. Now we'll hand over his soul. The process is very simple. These people were born for you to understand how the soul, how the man's of wrong will operate. Because there's no use me telling the story of there was a king and he did this and that. These souls were there to show the present behavior of the man that we can all analyze and see, and from it learn to promote the soul of the man. These are not what you think. These are part of the process of the teaching for man to take the next step. This is very, very simple. This is the true understanding of the structure. Now you've seen the soul. I told you this morning, by the end of the teaching today, I changed everything man ever known about it. Because up to now, we taught about physicality, the ganses and the rest. Now you see how you make it, you control it, you divide it. If your intention is to feed the man in China who's in flood and has looking in emotions for a feed because he does not understand the connection between his physicality and the soul, you can feed it from the seats of your house. Out of nowhere, he'll be satisfied, he walks away, and he'll find a solution. You don't need to be here. A lot of you have a misunderstanding of we pray and meditate, where I say you give. And then by giving, if that soul is in the condition of wanting to receive, it shall receive. You send very much what's on the table here, and the spectrum, and only can be absorbed if there is a receiver. The members of the Core Keshe Foundation, you are listening. You know what I said this morning, and now you may understand the position of your soul irrespective of your physicality. It's time to open the doors as one, that the core as a whole will shine on humanity, the energy and the soul of the energy which it needs for humanity to elevate. I call upon you to do what you've been here for. The same goes with the Universal Council. Those of you who become the member of Universal Council, your position is very clear. You are here to serve humanity in a physical state through the soul, and if you need support, the soul of the core is there for you to support. We will see the change in the human race in a very short time. Start building, start understanding how to make the soul, and then you will understand the strength of it, if it's a giver or a taker, and you will see the physicality of it because the emotion will talk. I've seen this many times. The mouth opens to say, I love you, it says, oh, I hate you. Because you read the emotion. Oh, I didn't mean that. It came out the wrong way. But in fact, it's the emotion showing the true face of itself. So you hear a lot of people opening their mouth, the brain, the physicality, thinking they're talking about, I'm a man of peace, but the words will come, I want to kill, these are the people who help me to kill, and these are the people who finance me, and then you know exactly where to get them. It's very, very simple. I made it so easy that no man can abuse the other. But don't forget, you can go back to the teaching, produce ganses that in combination, their effect will be a combination of the isotopes, one or the other. So, do we in reality need, or do we in reality give? Because we have no needs. It's okay. Any questions?
There's a question in the chat from Jay, who says, in the earth, the way copper is found in rocks, is the earth in contact with our emotions?
Of course, you're part of it. Your body came from this planet, so you are part of it. And it gives you power. So
we're getting a lot of microphone noise there, Mr. Keshe. I can barely hear you.
Yes, okay. You should be okay now. Is it better?
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Okay. So yes, you can do, and because you are made of it. It made you from it. This is my body, this is my soul. Your body came from the material side of this planet, and the soul came from the fields of it. It is very interesting if you go back into the knowledge of the different cultures and different part of this planet, how different cultures have different behavior. It's very much the materials they consume from that part of the planet in respect to the planet, which in interaction, very much as you see on the board, they have a different level of zinc isotopes in it. So it creates that kind of emotion and behavior from that nation. When they change position, they still look for the same, and then you find out they change. In a way, we are part of it. In a way, what we take is what in reality we are made of according to our strength in that position. Why some nations are peaceful nations? Why some nations are always at war? As I said, Hitler in 5 years killed 20 million. And we call it the peace of God knows what. But the American blood has killed 20 million in past 30 years, and we don't talk about it. The strength of the murder is the same. I said in one of my talks to the guys from Vatican very recently in so many ways, and I explained it to you in different ways. The blood will run through the steps of the Vatican, not of the human race, not of the man of belief in God, but those who falsified and worked in the name of God. Not a physical blood, but blood as a water of creation of the motion of the emotion, which means the soul has been taken away from it, that nothing can come out of it except what is left as a residual of wasted, nothing but wasted energy. Too much crime has been done, and we have no other choice but to clean up. This is the problem. This is where you understand how to use it, to not to be abused, because my job is very much like Muhammad, bless his name. He saw how believing in the Creator without a statue has brought people who can live independent. Went back to Mecca and destroyed all the statues, that people would not believe in the statues anymore, but believe in what he called the God. That's what they did. My job is more or less the same. Son, the same as the Father. I have to destroy the statues made in the name of God. Now, by you abusing the emotion of the man in the name of the mosques and churches and other places of worship, where people now goes in education, understanding a level higher to understand the Creator itself and not in the angels of death. Now, in space, there shall be no churches, and there shall be no mosques, there shall be no temples. Because in space, your soul stands to be the temple of the truth on its own. This is the change. This is where you have to destroy the false castles of the worship which has been made. They've done nothing else. They took, as I said, they took where they took the physicality in Colosseum, and they took the soul of the man in Vatican to slavery. They did the same thing in time of Muhammad. They took the physicality, which was the statues, to non-physical dimension, but they start abusing it again because now it was something nobody could see. So now the man is wise. Man has to understand he is himself, the prophet of himself, to more or less conduct correctly. In a space, when you see the two fingers, you look at it, which way stands, the three fingers, which way stands. Am I giving? Am I short? I need some of it myself. I can't give you because if I give you, I will not exist. The marriage of souls in the space is like joining in a cup where you put the zinc and copper together. They work as one. You got to learn one thing, not to become too slave to the knowledge or the abuse of the knowledge, but become a slave to peace and equality. Then you find out everything changes. We have no choice. When we came and we went through the banishment from Iran and then Belgium to Italy, and everybody in so many ways, I always said these souls are here to serve us, does not matter what hardship we go through. Because with it, they showed the people who operated in background to do their job. Now you see the bosses, you see the abusers. There is a lot of move in Vatican to stop the Keshe Foundation. Huge amount of effort is spent in there. Huge amount of effort has spent in different names. At this moment of time, we have communications we can show. The Jews, which they don't exist anymore, but in Israel, the Vatican, the Islamic world, and now they're trying to reach the Chinese community to blacklist a man who teaches the science and the peace of the world. Because their fear of their own hand now is opened up. If I do what you do, I blacklist the man from the universe, but that's not my job. President Obama, you made a very big mistake with the American government to put me on the blacklist. The black is the color of your skin. The soul is clear. Any question?
Mr. Keshe, this is Azad from New York.
Yes, Azad.
Good morning. I have a question. When you said there's no more Jews, what does it mean? It means all the Jewish people are bad, or they're...
Anyone who murders, anyone who creates, or what you call, does a crime is a Jew. Does not matter what nationality, what name. This means the behavior of Moses. Nothing but criminality, crime, and killing. That's what it says. That's what it means. Because that's what the Moses did. Read the true, it's in Torah. I don't need to teach you. Don't read the front, read the depth of the knowledge. When my great aunt died in Tel Aviv some years ago, my uncle paid a lot of money to write the Torah, handwritten Torah, in her name. I asked my uncle, why did you spend so much? In his own simple way, he said to me, somebody will read it and will understand the Creator. But the same book now understands the true work of what it meant and what is being done. Moses created a lot of mayhem, a lot of pain, a lot of murder. And we see the same with those who call themselves the same thing. So blood has been passed on, and that's why I said no one will call himself that name, because it's related to death, to criminality, to abuse. And which soul would like, who likes to say I'm a murderer, who likes to say I'm an abuser, who likes to say I create and commit crime? So now see who would like to call himself a Jew. So we change the name to a murderer and see who likes to call him, because you see the behavior now. The child of 5-year-old on one side of the world they built is dying for medicine. Am I lost?
No, it's okay, but it just
Moves.
change.
And then on the other side of the wall, on the Israeli side, the most advanced hospitals are in operation. The crime is not the wall, the crime is the blood which has created that division. This is where the problem, this is where the continuously the same process goes. I'm not anti, what you call Jews, or not anti-Palestinians. I'm there to support the both. And I've done this all my business life. I stood heavily for Palestinians for years, even when I was in business, because I could see the wrong done by my cousins on the other side of the wall. And I explained to them many times, what is getting done is not right, but you're still carrying on because abuse is part of the culture. You know, in a family when the father is a doctor, he brings up a child as a doctor to serve. In the criminal worlds, when you see the gangsters, the children go in the same path, because that's the only thing they see themselves to be a hierarchy of. And the same has been done by the blood of Moses. So he killed and they kill and they see as their right to kill. He robbed different tribes for their wealth and their women. And we see the same thing with Rothschilds and the rest. They're killing humanity. So we take the soul out of those who taught them the wrong way. And they carried on with abuse. And as you said last week, I showed you very simply. Now you understand the position of the finger. Those who stood and taught and tolerated the wrongdoing of these people, now they're sent back home with their souls. They have no support. These people could run and abuse man as long as there was somebody in the background telling them how to do it, which came from the universal community, and they enjoyed to see how man plays. Now they're gone, they have no background. We've taken the legs out of them. You will see they crumble in a very, very rapid way. When you send and you have the souls like Brennan and the Philippine Keshe Foundation who are prepared to go knowing that there is a conflict between the nation and China to serve the Chinese, this is a pure soul, irrespective. And with it, because it's pure, it brings love and unity and peace. You see people like Professor Xu in the background, they are doing a lot of work in different levels. So you see people like Armin and the others. There is a lot of very, very few, more than, I cannot say more than 50 souls who are sitting in the center point of the Keshe Foundation are carrying the humanity in a very rapid way. These souls have been chosen. What they do wrong themselves, they correct it in time. But we don't let what you call Illuminatis or others to come with proud, they say, we told you we are, and now we are there to abuse you, is something wrong. We take the soul of God from you, and then you see when you don't receive, you're not elevated. This is how simple it is. Proud to be abuser. So you be proud amongst the thieves, you are the king of the thieves, and you're not accepted by the rest because you take from the effort of the others. And when you are put out right, you claim all sorts of things. Don't forget, we walk you into traps of your own soul, as we've done in the past few weeks. Now, I told you I finished with teaching. I finished with teaching of the matter state, but my job in the teaching of the soul of the man has just started.
Mr. Kesh, when somebody commits so many crimes, you said the soul is going to be taken and can be divided to 1,000 souls and put back in 1,000 bodies. So if they come back to Earth and they're supposed to suffer, and imagine they put someplace in a town or a village or a country, and someone goes there who has a good personality and good true heart and help those souls, does that person make a mistake helping those people?
Understand what I said about the cesium and iodine, about division of how much you want to give and how what you give affects the others. Understand as a principle, as a center, doesn't matter how much you give, is a drop in the ocean, so you can give a lot to the others in the physical matter, which is much lower. Azar, I would like you to explain to us, you talk a lot about the pain. We had you a few times on. Why you felt the pain? Would you like to share with us? Because then man understands why you are even here.
What was the question? Why do I have pain?
Yes, you talk about the pain all the time. Because you felt it, you understood it.
You see, I was in prison when I was pregnant with my daughter back home in Iran. And then, so I was very young.
Would you, if you don't mind, can I ask you a question? Why were you in prison?
Because after Khomeini came to power, we didn't like when they closed the universities, and we went for demonstration, and I used to sit down and copy flyers, write down flyers with my hand, and after midnight we would go with motorcycle and drop it in people's home to bring awareness to people that shouldn't close the universities and we should have the universities open. And that was my kind of work I was doing, and a couple of other people. We was a group, and then I used to give my home for group study with different people, let them use my home. And at that point I was married and was pregnant, and one night they came to our home and they blindfolded me and arrested us, both myself and my husband, my ex-husband, and they took us to prison. And I was there for 3 months, and I was physically and emotionally, actually they blindfolded me and put me against the wall, and they told me they're gonna kill me if I don't give the name of people that they work with me, especially my uncle. And they put me against the wall with the blindfold and they shoot around me, but I didn't know if they're gonna shoot around me. I thought they're gonna kill me. So they did it a couple of times to me. So maybe that was the impact on me.
So you have felt what I felt in the hand of the Canadians. They told me every day they're going to shoot me in the head if anybody knows I'm there. So we are enslaved by the same masters in physical life.
Yes, and then when I came here, I had to go a lot of hardship to get where I got, and it still is not.
Can you explain to us how you came out of Iran?
When my daughter was 7 months old, we sold everything we had, and we paid someone to get us a fake passport. And since my ex-husband had left already, I had to live with my daughter, and there were about 14 other boys who were about 16 and 17, and they were fleeing Iran because of the Iraq war. And we walked from the border of Iran and Turkey 5 days until we got to the border of Turkey, and I ended up in Istanbul.
You're a dentist in New York?
Yes.
long journey.
Yes. Mr. Cash, what I like to say is this, a state of mind, because I know I can talk about myself, because when I hear people talk about my child and my children, I never understood why everybody talks about my children and only want to have things for their own children. To me, every time I look at a child, I could pick that child, and my feeling for that child, I feel they are my own child too, because I don't see any difference. But it's so much is different from people to people. Some people have the essence of it, and some people don't. And I never blame other people for not having that essence. That we are all the same. We are like a cell. We are made of billions of cells in our body, and each of us is a cell of a bigger body, but we don't understand it.
Can you forgive the people who created this life for you in Iran?
Can I forgive them? I already forgave them. I always forgive people for whatever they do to me, because I never want to hold anything on my shoulder when I leave this world. Actually, what they did to me made me who I am.
Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you, Mr. Cash. Mr. Cash, I have another question. This is about real matter, and we have a magnetic field. So also at the same time, we have something called principal matter. Principal matter, we also have it, but we have never accessed it. Principal matter is like a switch light, main switch light in a house, that if we can reach to that principal matter, there is branches of it. Other branches are like a state of matter now. So I can go to principal matter, and from there, I can go to any other branches I want. Like I can go to moon.
Good morning, Azhar. You understood.
I understood?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Azhar is part of the medical teaching, or what you call it, development of the medical application of the Keshe Foundation. She participates in the medical teaching. If you're a doctor, you can join us in Doctors at Keshe Foundation. We have a good news for you. I'm sitting next to Giovanni. Hopefully next week or two, most of the application of the Keshe Foundation will be tested in hospitals. And all the technologies of the Keshe Foundation hopefully will be certified. And as it's getting certified in one nation, we will see it done. It will be done independently by doctors in the hospital. And we will see the change where not only we become the scientists of the physicality and change in physical life and emotion. With the teaching of today, we can teach the present doctors to the next level, that how they reach the soul of their patients. And then they can truly give to them, and then the physicality will change. It is very interesting how we get tested. It's very interesting to see how we fail the test, and from it, if we don't, we get tested again till we pass. And if you don't pass, you will not mature. Because with failing, you find out where your weaknesses are, what you haven't understood. I had the same situation as Azhar for some years ago. They put me into 11 days of incarceration, and every day they told me they're going to shoot me in the head if anybody knows I'm there. And then they returned me back in the hand of the same abusers who then they bombed us, and now they killed Fabio. They are used to it. And in time, they come and see you. They lie, they took you to a place they've never been, because now when they start lying, we see the weak points. We push till we find out the weakness of the soul. It is very interesting how these abusers justify their abuse and a continuation of their abuse, because now the reality shows. It is very interesting how we let them play the game, and we play the game they have always played till we show the way they played that they can literally walk themselves into a trap of their own life. You do not understand when Azar tells you they put you against the wall and they tell you they're going to shoot you. You become the soul of yourself and the judge of yourself. What you've done right, what you've done wrong. In seconds, your whole life goes through you. And then in that process, you mature because you understand where the weakness was or what you have to do. It is very, 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 very interesting. At the moment, we have a huge problem with a man called Obama. He has blacklisted the foundation because he only sees black on the skin of his physicality. Where a technology and a knowledge like this has to become the shining light for humanity. In time, his souls will get the same position, but they will not shine. We should be free to teach, to elevate the soul of the man. And the man who calls himself the most powerful man on this planet, which is actually the weakest, the most bankrupt, takes the physicality of his skin to the color of the most advanced technology for savior of the man. We need to understand the knowledge has to be to the benefit of humanity, to elevate all, not for some to carry on with their abuse. It will be very interesting, very, very interesting how we bring the technology as a peaceful technology and the way we see the collaboration and cooperation. We use the language of peace and we use the language of science to create peace. And this is what should be the ethos of every Keshe Foundation follower or listener. We don't promote war, we promote peace, that with it man forgets wars, and this is what you got to do. Find the strength of the soul and elevate the soul. As I said in a single word, I forgive them. That's all it is, which means I elevate them. They cannot take more than what I already given. Any other question?
Yes, Mr. Keshe, Professor Zhu has a question, and has some other of his associates have questions as well, I believe.
Go ahead, please, Professor.
Hi, Mr. Keshe. I have a few questions collected from the Lord Seekers of China. So the first one is about the asking about the composition of the gases in the plasma glasses you showed right now. Okay, and actually would like to ask you, would you one day present the blueprints of these plasma glasses?
Plasma what?
Glasses.
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 We taught this a few weeks ago, and so the knowledge seeker has built it.
Okay, I see.
It is, you have to go into all it is, you have to understand what you want to see and what strength. Here, you can make a glass with what's on the board now, with the zinc, with the CH3, with the CO2, NOCH, and then see the emotion of yourself or your child. If the child says, I'm in pain, but is actually playing a trick to get your attention, you will see it. You understand? So,
for example,
the water of the gans, of the
since we never get the opportunity to use the glasses, what are you supposed to see? So I was curious about
You
that.
see the emotion and you feel it. There is no need for talking.
You can get a feeling, right?
Yes, you see the emotion. You see, if you want to see it with the physical eye, you will see. If you're after looking at the physicality on the dimension of the man, you use a copper. If you're dealing from a planet in the entity from planet, let's say Zeus, which uses, let's say, nickel as a base physicality, you change that copper to zinc, to nickel. Then you see the physicality. If you want to see the emotion of the entity in the universe, where his emotion is on, let's say, gold or silver, you add the strength of the silver into the composition. Then you see the emotion. If he's talking truth or lies, the man emotion sits on the zinc. So the rest is very easy.
So someone was asking whether we can see the universal living other species by use of these glasses.
Of course, that's why we taught it.
Okay, very good.
You
Okay,
have the right composition.
okay. Next question: how to transform the anxiety emotion into the peaceful emotion?
You have to understand the strength of it. You got to start playing to see what elevates. What is peace? Peace is when you see no changes in any of the emotion, no hardship, no, as you call it, frequencies, no strength in pain, no strength in sadness, which means the balance, and that is the condition of peace. It'll take a man, all of the Keshe Foundation and other scientists will start developing these. We know this is the state of peace. A man who's happy, content, creates this field. And this is the field where we should look for peaceful emotion. And then you deliver this across the planet. Even hunger has a strength. If you can satisfy the emotion of the hunger, man shall not go hungry to kill him. He only receives what he needs.
Okay, thank you. Next question is, so what can be the food GANs used for? What's the difference between the food GANs and the amino acid GANs?
A big difference. The food GANs is the composition of other entities with the amino acid which fits them. The amino acid which is the human is the one which can link up at the strength with the plasma of the iron. So it's a big difference. Those, as I said, we call all of them amino acid. But as there are so many plants and trees on this planet, there are so many different kind of amino acids because different strengths gather with each other in different position, different space. So that which is of the strength, which iron, which can lead to creation of hemoglobin, then it creates the first step of the interaction. Then you have a radioactive material next to it, which is a cobalt, which allows it, gives it so much energy that it can divide itself. Now you create life.
So
that's the same step.
Okay, thank you. The next question is how to let the soul of the oneself to communicate with the higher self, the soul of the higher self.
The soul of what?
Higher self. Higher self. So you have higher self.
Yeah, but Professor Zhu, they should have understood that it's only higher strength. You have to go to more inner strength because we all have the same inner structure. Doesn't matter what you are in the universe.
Okay.
It's very much like what you see on the board with the zinc and copper. If you go to the higher level of zinc and copper, at the same time, you have more intense emotion in respect to the physicality. So you can go in the same way in the soul. You can, it's everything is within you. It's you who has to find out in what level you want to operate and you're comfortable with, where there is a peace in respect to the other things around. Man will learn this very quickly in a very short time.
Okay, the next question is, so what are the difference between the gas water and the gas water vapor?
Nothing is a separation of the more freedom for
More
the
freedom.
more freedom of the plasma.
Okay, so okay, let me ask you your last question. So I don't want to take too much time from China side.
All day, Professor Shu. It's no problem.
Okay, so was the soul produced by the brain, the functional brain? Was the soul the produce of the brain, such as our thought and the mind? So I don't know this question. Okay, so actually someone was asking whether our soul was produced by our brain.
No, our soul comes from the physical interaction of the fields, which themselves, they become in totality of the higher order. The higher order, when the higher order comes together, then it takes over the rest. And this is what happens when your soul is created.
Or, okay, let's put it another way. Maybe the question was just in opposite. Whether our soul get created first, and then we get our brain and body.
In a way, that's what it does. It's your soul which, once is brought together, dictates the physicality.
But once the soul being created, is it mortal or immortal?
The soul is immortal.
So once produced, you can have it forever.
Let me clarify it very clearly. It's immortal in respect to the strength of the field of the physicality, but not in respect to the others.
Okay, I mean for those souls from the black force, if they refuse to cooperate with the light force, so their soul can be destroyed, right?
Rephrase it. If you rephrase it, what you call black, we call it of the highest strength in gravitation, which means taking. When you talk about a white is as a giving, yes, because don't forget you give more than you receive, and then you receive more than what you give. So then you change the fields of what it receives, then the interaction will change what you give. Because once you start receiving of different strength, you can only emit of a different strength.
Okay, so
we had a very interesting test done recently, where the tester could feel the choking that the system was taking energy from, very much suffocating effect, which means the gravitation is more than what I would like to give. And the writing was very nice. I switched the system off, which means I can't handle it. I cannot give what I didn't want, and it's want to take what I'm not prepared to give. But if you bring balance with the different structure between what's given and what it can be taken, then you end up with physicality.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's a major question so far. So maybe
you speak in that way because in the Chinese culture you live through yin and yang. In the West, most of these makes not much sense. But as the Chinese culture is close to both the soul and the physicality, understand this very easy.
Okay, I myself got a question. Could you please comment on the soul of the people of different colors?
People of different colors.
Yes. So what's the type of the characteristics or the features they may have, which means could be distinguished from each other?
It's very much like different isotopes of the copper or isotopes of zinc. It is what they want to interact with their environment in respect to what they are and who they are. You can be born, if you change the soul, very rapidly. I'm sure a lot of you are going to see it. You will find you were black today and you'll be white tomorrow, and the white today and black tomorrow. Because this shows a lot of people don't understand this. You see, a lot of people have a combination skin or patches in their skin. If you reach the souls, they change the color of the skin in no time. Because through it, they want to manifest different things.
Interesting. So, okay. Okay, as a mainstream scientist, I would like to ask you, what do you foresee the current scientific system could be positioned in the near future?
What do you mean?
So where they can go? So what is as our mainstream scientists, what we can do in the near future? So we have to.
We will walk away from matter state and plasma. And very, very rapidly, because of the easiness of using fields, we'll develop new technology, new understanding according to interaction of the fields, knowing that the interaction of the fields will lead to the physicality. So with the science, you're a medical doctor, and so you will not deal with your patient. I know you don't practice medicine, but as a medical doctor, you don't deal with your patient that what is wrong with the leg or where the pain is. You go to the soul of the man and you see why it shows itself in such a position. No man will die of cancer in the space. Yesterday, Giovanni and I were sitting in front of a doctor, and I said, I teach you a way that you can amputate and you see the finger and the toe to grow. He said, how is it possible? I said, only costs 10 cents. Because I have to go to the soul of the man to see if he sees the loss of a finger as a way that he receives what he needs, or the having a finger, it gives him the totality that he doesn't need to take from nobody to get attention. And then you find out the finger will grow in no time.
Okay. Okay. Also, got a question. So nowadays we to the education system we spend 10-20 years to study many stuff, right? So what would happen in the future? Whether we can get accelerate the learning process so we can shorten our education period.
I have brought millions of men in less than 2 years to be the plasma physicists, but then the top physicists and the plasma physicists of the world. Education does not need time, it needs understanding. If you can make them understand, it doesn't need, we don't need to learn about the history of a man, how he destroyed the other thing. We're learning about the creation of the soul. Now that we start teaching it this way, man will see everything himself. He doesn't need to read it. We do not need to go to schools, because in the space there is no school. But you gather the knowledge because you can read the knowledge. You can speak multi-languages overnight, because even learning language has a bandwidth in your brain. So you change it to a French, which is slightly different than the English, you find all sit in the same condition. Now that I open this knowledge, in the coming time, you will see new sciences. People will go into depth of it. People will understand more of it. So you don't need, you can educate the whole knowledge of the universe to a 1-year-old child. and then he has everything. So he serves. This is the beauty of it. You don't need to go to, if you want, you understand that you see what you want to see. In a way, through your emotion, you lock to, or you tune yourself to the strength of what you wanted to see, and you will see it. You will learn. Everything will change from today onward. I said, we change everything. If those and people who understand this and start working on it, you will see the changes. We've seen the GANs moving because of interaction. Now you bring the GANs of the soul, and then you see whose souls were. You don't need much. You don't need to be scientists. We have housewives. We have young children who are doing things. And not much education is needed. This is the education of the universe. It depends. If you want to be a doctor, you go back and read about the physicality. But if you want to be a historian, you go and read how man did what to himself in what time. That's different. But education is done. The plasma technology is the education of the universe.
So, what actually discussed with one of the senior general of China. So he told me actually only about 10% to 20% of things in the history book was right. So I was asking.
Yeah, the whole history is wrong. It's changed the way it suits the people to glorify themselves. Do you have any news from the generals for us? Hello? Are we disconnected or are we there? Have we lost Professor Xu? I think I asked a very sensitive question.
The microphone is still open.
Professor Xu, are you there? Hello.
Hello, Mr. Xu. Professor Xu, are you there? Oh, he's dropped out.
Yeah, there's some time. Okay. When he comes back, can you ask him to join us, please? Any other question?
Yes, this is Jim from China also.
Yes.
It's Cash.
Yes.
Yes, I just have watched some video caused by Cosmic Coloia. It's organized by Corey Good and Ivy Derrick. I think they have shown a lot of information. One key information I was interested in about they work for organization said by SSP is a secret spaceship program, and they show have a lot of advanced technology. They can transport the people from Earth to Mars to Moon. That's in a few minutes. And also they have machines that can produce food and everything just in a few seconds. So I think so many technology, I think they show exist and organized by some people. They say it's SSP as a secret spaceship program. I want to ask, have you heard any news about these people, or have you have any comments on this?
I don't comment. I think if you see Professor Xu, he might tell you something about it.
Professor Xu seems to be back here now. Go ahead, Mr. Xu.
Sorry, I was asking because when I read some books, okay, it was said in the future people do not need to study his historical book. They can actually watch the history just like watch the movie. So whether you yourself have any idea whether we can make use of the plasma technology for that purpose?
They see through the plasma of the soul of the planet. You got to understand something which I emphasized before. You have your soul, and the totality of the soul of the entities on this planet creates the soul of the planet. It's like you have a cell which is in your foot, you have a cell which is in the arm. The totality has made the physicality, and the totality of physicality is a representation of the soul of the body. The same thing applies to the planet. So in overall, we are part of the bigger structure, even though we see ourselves independent. So we dictate, we are part of that, our soul and the soul of the others on this planet. That's why I said, I discussed this with Armin, we talked about it a few days ago, that when the first students came to the Sensano, when they sat around the table, I said, when all of you have the same aim, the ball will lighten up. Because then there is no difference. Nobody's taking and nobody's giving more than is needed. An imbalance, they create one light among themselves. They themselves become the light of the ball. And we saw what happened. There were murders amongst us, sent by and the light never came on, and they were puzzled. It doesn't work because they couldn't see the true color of the people sitting around the table. Do you have any news from your military for us?
Not so far. So yeah, it's in process. That's for sure. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
We have
Welcome.
we have about 6 doctors waiting to come in as part of the group.
Yeah. No.
So
Yeah.
we need
Yeah.
to clear us to come in as fast as possible.
I think they are doing should do the background checkup first. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you very much indeed. Anything else?
You're welcome. Yeah. I said I would like to give the opportunity to others. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Shi. Thank you. Any other question, or are we closing the day?
Mr. Kesh, I have one more question. In the universe, are there other groups or entities who are helping elite that we should be aware of?
Are what?
Other groups or entities in a universe out of our Earth that are helping the elite?
No, we don't have any elite.
I mean, elite on Earth, do they have helpers from outside of the Earth?
Other entities helping elite on Earth.
No, you have to. How am I going to explain this? I'm going to explain this in a language you understand. When the messengers of God come in, you call them messengers of God, and they always see a fire or a light. Now you understand is the interaction between their soul and the soul of the Creator. And they don't need a language. You will understand this very soon. You don't need to see somebody telling you I'm in pain. As a doctor, you see the emotion of the pain, you feel it with your soul, and you give to it. And then the pain will elevate. This is the way the prophet of the past they speak about the fire, because they couldn't say in a standing watching there was a light. Now we understand is the interaction with the minor soul, which is the soul of the man, with the interaction with the soul of the Creator. Exactly the light we see in the sky as we have here. Because the prophets are of the lower order in soul strength, in the strength of the totality, in the interaction of the higher, which is the Creator, like the sun and the earth, it releases light and spoke about the fire. And in that process, they were not spoken a language. They were guided through emotion to where the destiny was. And then when it came to physicality, they abused it because now they thought they have a better world. They could see something. And at that point, they lost it. These became prophets. The same kind of interaction has taken between the universal community with the certain groups or certain people who could influence at the time to change the life of the others for better. And these people stole, like Moses stole from the man. And they, by having access to that knowledge, extra knowledge, which is now shared amongst all of you more or less, they use it to abuse it. These are Rothschilds. These are what people set up the Vatican. At this moment of time, the Universal Council, on the level which is not apparent to an ordinary man, are in a continuous organization, cooperation with different governments, trying to bring man to see. But we cannot interfere, we cannot force it. But the man can do through the same process as I showed you. You can create, because you're of the same amino acid as the man, create a condition to find balance, what you call peace, and then this will happen on it. We cannot enforce it, but we can show to you how the end product is and how it's done. It's very much the way I showed you how to make a CO2. And then now you can use the CO2 for different effects. We showed the process, and these people hit the box and everything and use the field forces to create conditions for them. Now we take that process away from them. You will not hear these names. We have finished with them. Vatican will not exist because the abuse is taken. So you have to understand, we waited so long, and now we're taking a step to educate the total lot. When you can see the light of the creation yourself as a creator, then why do you need others to lie to you and abuse you? Then all over the universe, man will make as many mosques and temples because they've seen a new intelligence. Now they make a temple there. The temple of the man should be in his soul, not in his heart. And that's where, when it came to physicality, they made the temple of physicality and abused it. Now I've taken you to the source. You don't need to you cannot be abused if you understand it, because you see the totality of it. You got to see how you use it. And these people have abused it. The communication with man in past centuries and thousands of years was not to create elite, but those who became aware of it created a mayhem. All the wars now is financed by one family, and now we're taking it from them. You will not hear, there will be no blood of them left very soon on this planet. It's not even worth mixing it, so we dissolve it.
Thank you, Mr. Cash. I understood.
Thank you very much. Any of you, if you understand what I'm going to say, you will understand part of it, then you understand that much and know more of it. If you, now that I explained how you can see your soul, how you create a condition of the soul, you can achieve, understand the process in universal language and universal condition. You can create the soul of the entities who are in education of the soul, more higher understanding than you. You have the same, but you have to go further to understand it, to be able to use it. These will give you enough to enlighten you, but do not take them as prophet and new leaders. These are those who have managed to give more, to go more in the center, to become more mature, of a higher order. It's very much like your emotion and your soul. It's all the same entity. It's the same part of working of the same structure. Do not get fooled in a space the way these people have fooled the humanity for years, that they know more. And then when people start understanding more, they became terrorists, they became against God and everything. The only thing is against the creation is the Vatican itself and the people within it. We have to uproot this structure, which is said to this Rothschild. One got the message from the creator as a soul, one got the message in physicality, then the two have joined to destroy the humanity. We take the love of God from your board. This is important because there cannot be no abuse, because we teach everything in depth. It's you who have to decide. In a space now that you can travel with your souls, you don't need the physicality. Now you understand how far, how deep you can go. Where is the limitation without harming the others? Am I elevated? Have I received enough to go in a higher order, to be in a deeper condition, to give more? And then you will understand if you are or not by where you are positioned. There should be no witch hunt, but the witches have to know where they sit, that they can't hunt anymore. The problem which man has not understood, the people of the rope use the passage through the soul, and the people of the physicality, through the knowledge of physicality, abuse the man in a physical way, like wars and everything else. One is stole from the soul level, one is stole from the physicality, and now in past centuries they've joined forces and they all work from one center. All the road leads in Rome, but there shall be no center for that Rome center. That's where it came from. So this is how the abuse has come together, and now we finish with it because it's very easy. Make these systems and walk within the square of the Vatican, and you will see what devils walk out where. We don't allow no one connected with Malta or connected with Masons and Illuminatis to enter the foundation once we see them. They say we believe them, but what we hear, that we shall not shall ever in. They have abused the man both for the soul. You have to understand, I am a member of the Malta and I'm a Mason. I use both your soul and your physicality. And this shall stop. There is no room in the structure of our work for these kind of people. They can cry whatever they like. They are proud to be abusers. We are ashamed to have them among us. We still believe them, but once we find out, we put them out immediately because they are here now to change the course of the foundation to the views of their masters. We had one, we got rid of. We work with every direction to elevate the soul of the man. We have people from Scientologists, we have people from Catholic, Jews, Armenians, Buddhism, every path. We are elevating all, except the abusers, which now they find a way to break in to abuse again. And this is what has to stop. I have respect for every man on this planet except the abusers, which are very proud to say how they are. I'm here to abuse and I'm proud to show it. But stop. Understand how Masons and what do you call it, the Malta? Knights of Malta are there. There is no cavaliers. These are thieves, one from the physicality and one from the soul. So be very careful. You will see their soul. You will see their understanding. We expose them very rapidly, and it's for man to shine from them. The Keshe Foundation was penetrated, and we have managed to, at this moment, to protect the foundation. And then they claim everything, because now the abuse is not there. They cannot abuse. You touch, you come close, we wiped you out totally with your own soul, nothing else. There is no room for more abuse. I have, within the structure of the foundation, people from Scientology. I have people from Buddhism, from Christianity, from every path of belief in a way to elevate the man. We support, we teach, because then we elevate it together. But we don't let the abusers to come in proud to the abusing. When it comes to it, we allow them, maybe they elevate, but we see the abuse carrying on, we just take the love of God from them. They wear badges that they are proud to be abusers. Not in my time, not in my last days. The Keshe Foundation has stayed pure, and anyone connected to any of these two sides has to be given a chance to elevate. They cannot be put out, because then we allow more abuse. And this way we give from our souls. One day they'll be eliminated. Any other question?
There's a few questions, Mr. Keshe, about making the ganses of cesium and the GANs of iodine.
Yes.
And
you do it the same way. You do it the same way. Don't forget, I teach you something very, very interesting. I teach you something very interesting. Go back to your teachings. Go back to what I explained a long time ago. Where is the pen? I left the pen somewhere. Yeah. It's very easy. How do you create new? How do you elevate your soul? How do you go to a higher strength? You remember this? Where I explained to you, this is, for example, copper, this is gold, this is plutonium, these are the other elements. In fact, if you look at it in plasmatic condition, this is hydrogen, this is zinc, and this is plutonium. You see, and you've seen in the structures you just saw from Dr. Klaus, how zinc was sitting in the total spectrum. So, understand very easy. Don't forget, look at the neutron. You can reach cesium. Look at even hydrogen and other elements in different combination. You still can reach iodine. You don't need always to add. You can put different systems in a way gravitational than magnetical of the plasma. This is what I was just explaining. And the same material becomes a giver and a taker. You create a soul or you create a physicality in the other strength. You don't need to have the same. All you do, you come enough that the totality gives you the strength of iodine, and then you create a directional flow in or out of it that it behaves like a cesium or as a giver or a taker. If you link into the gravitational field of higher order or lower order. You understand? At the moment, we have a pot with every fruit you can imagine, and you drink from it. You carry all the elements, gravitational magnetic field. Start understanding. Do not work on proton, work on a neutron. Understand the sun is the center. If it has a higher order gravitational magnetic field, so is the sun which dictates the other, doesn't matter how big the others are, because its mass by order is bigger. The same thing, a neutron, a principal matter, divides into both electron and a proton. So in fact, it's the neutron which is a controller of any nucleus, not proton. So this is where the total science of physics has gone through the window for centuries, and we just follow it for decades. Wrong, wrong, and wrong again. We looked at the wrong side. We kicked the mother out and kept the children in, and we said the children are the mothers. This is the fundamental mistake in the world of, this is one of the cornerstones of my conflict with my professors and the scientists at the moment, because they look at the structure of the how many protons this element cannot do. I look at if it is 52 and 52, but there is another 8 extra pieces, is this which is the center? Is this which gives and divides? This has brought balance. The sun the Earth and the little moons, you call them the electrons. How come you're considering this, but you're not considering this? So the whole world of physics, chemistry, and biology is based on the wrong basis, and we're carrying on. That's where the difference comes. The periodic table should be changed in the state of the neutron, not the proton or the electron. False knowledge has led to a lot of mistakes. The Keshe Foundation supporters, rewrite it, look into it, bring it more into detail. You need to look at the control, the head, the mass, and you're looking at what you call the fallacy in the science. Read the book number 1, big number 2. If you understood the 3 books I've written, you understand how wrong the present physics is. Yes, it was intentionally, because this way you could keep people aside. The periodic table is the most falsified piece of science ever put together, and it's been accepted because it's been promoted by those who wanted to keep the true science away from the man. How can you ignore the most important, the heaviest part? And it's been done. You rewrite as Keshe Foundations of knowledge seekers, you have to rewrite the book, because it is, since it's what it is. How can you say it's neutron does nothing? Neutron is the most important part of any world of creation, because its division leads to the creation of the proton. If you read the books the way they teach physics, you see how wrong it is, and nobody ever asks a question. Rewrite it, put it up. Don't wait for Wikipedia to wipe you out, because then they lose the control. As I said, if you go on the Wikipedia, I don't exist. The whole understanding of the science at the moment is the wrong way around. I explained this 40 years ago to my professor. He said, Mehran, you go and change it, because we can't. It does not make sense. If you understand, why hasn't this world of science explained the light the way I did in the structure of the light, and then understanding is gravitational or magnetical? It depends if it's going to what the strength is going and the speed is going, and because it's how much thinner is being made to interact with this environment. So now you become a gamma ray, X-ray, whatever other ray, cosmos ray. Very simple. The reason the world of science does not and do not want to go with this, the teaching of what we're doing, is that there is a lot of wasted PhDs. Peer review has to block it, because it shows they cannot abuse. Start writing papers. It should not come from me. You write, done the test, publish papers, we publish it for you. And then we'll see, we put the sense back into the science. And then we are not the Satans, we are the saviors. And those who call us Satans are the ones who've been working with their bosses, Knights of Malta, and those of the Masons and the rest. Masons were there to build, but they actually built the wrong house for themselves, not for humanity. The abusers call themselves to be protectors. You touch me, I take the soul of God from your blood. Work with me, I bring prosperity and peace to humanity. This goes for all of those, being the President of the United States, or what you call the abusers in Vatican, or the people who sit with Rothschilds and Illuminatis. I take you all on till we bring peace on this planet. I have the knowledge and the power. And my power belongs to humanity, not to me. But totally, we can change the course. So, go and start writing the true scientific papers. And we don't need Wikipedia. We saw all the wikis turned out to be abuses and pedophiles. We have to rewrite or correct it. We can't deny all the science of the past, but where it's gone wrong, there is need for correction. And this is one of the major points of science needs to be recorrected. This is one of the major points. It has to. There is no choice. If we don't correct this, the rest of the science will go still wrong. In a way, because they didn't understand it, they created this condition. If you understand this, even when it comes to diseases, look at how a disease is created in emotional level, what level of the fields was used to create that emotion. But you look, the field, both gravitational and magnetical, you can walk in with cancers from top to toe. You bring balance to the emotion with respect, elevating the soul to be at the peace we want to give. Within seconds, you walk out with no cancer. You've done it. Now you worked with the levels of the matter field. Now work with the levels of the soul field. It's very easy if you understand it. You've seen it. Very, very simple. You have the copper and zinc. Don't forget, you're working in a matter state field, and then you just put iodine on it. Iodine. 59, 65, and have a look. Take into account the higher order proton needs a higher order neutron. So, voila. Now you see how the soul controls physicality and emotion. Some of you will make a machine with it and they say it doesn't work because, excuse me, I'm going to teach you something. Wernie, are you online?
Yes, I'm online, Mr. Keshe.
Wernie, I don't want you to go through detail. Just the emotion and the feeling of what you felt in past 24 hours with the system which I asked you to make, please.
Okay, when I connected everything, it shows a very strong gravitational field that it literally as if you are being compressed, and you have this feeling of air is you're out of air from moment to moment, that as if you're being choked on your neck.
Just by the field?
Yes. I know the feeling of being exposed to lead guns. I know that feeling. It's different. This is different.
We are running it. Yeah. You're running testing your own emotions, or are you testing your soul?
I think it's in the emotional part, because whenever I made a device, I have to feel everything around it, which by feeling, or if there is feel, I can use my hand by doing that. Then I can use a combustion engine to verify.
Can I give you a piece of advice?
Okay.
You know, when you have that feeling of choking, yeah, why not give to to receive it that it gives you the nest, that it will become its gravitational. Isn't there the point that it needs it to elevate you and you're not prepared for the change? And then you'll find out you'll have the spaceship and you'll have the lift and everything else because that'll be the intention. Isn't that choking feeling is the limitation of I don't want to give because the future can change because of me? What about if you give in or give to it and then find out yourself in the center of what you wanted to be free? Do you understand?
Yes, I don't have that mindset at that moment. Every time I do a testing, I always set myself at neutral state, just listening to whatever will happen when I connect something.
What about if you now you know the feeling? We're not going into detail. This is a special system testing for flight and energy. And with it, you need to receive huge amount of gravitational that it changes itself to magnetical. And because this is the beauty of it, I explained in a way, that's the reason I brought this up, is that you understood the condition of the brain of the man and where the soul of the man sits. You understood the operation of gravitational magnetic field where you create the free plasma to lift. Now that you have created similarity of the two, you need to give from this to this for this to find its position and its flight. So, you understand now?
Yes.
You control through your emotion, through your soul, the condition of the craft, the position of the craft. The reason I brought Wernie on, sorry Wernie, just a few minutes, I'll let you come on, is to show now that you understood the position of the brain, the position of your soul, your emotion of true soul dictates the control of the craft. And the reason you feel the choke is that you are not ready for the craft because you are looking for something somewhere else. So when you build a craft, you feed it. It will become, and because it's of the same, it encompasses you. Carry on.
Okay, the reason I have this feeling because I am just listening. I am not allowing it to connect. That's why.
Exactly.
That's why.
You answered it yourself.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes,
Wernie has a gorgeous soul. I enjoy working with Wernie. When you work in development, physicality is part of it, but he sees the soul, and it's been a pleasure over a year working with him. It's now you see the control of the emotion of the soul over physicality. The system is physical, but because it has created its own field, it needs to take from the soul to literally confirm what physicality wants to see, which is a craft. And that's what I said to Alma many times. Be careful, you're going to end up in the center. Make your way that you can walk out, otherwise we can't get to you. So this is important. We are on the verge of releasing creation of what you call a spaceship through very, very simple systems. But you have to understand that now that I've told you how the soul operates and how you can get to it and how you develop it, now is your soul which is in control of the motion and creation. And so you will find out in a very, very short time, a number of people around the foundation will deliver spaceships, which has been your dream. Can you tell me what's the radius of the field you tested the last time, please, Wernie?
The field reaches up to 34 meters. And to tell you, I would say it's beyond that. We are only out of space at that time, that we cannot go farther than that because we hit the wall.
Yeah, but so if you go further, So minimum diameter of the field is 70 meters or around. That's just the wall. They can't go any further. So if you take it in the middle of the field, now you can see the true spaceship. It will build itself. You see the light. You understand?
Yes.
This is what I offered in so many ways, and that's why we operate through the same process in what we offer to the Chinese government to be used in South China Sea to literally create a field as we've done before to cover whole part of the ocean that no warships can fire. So there is no war. We have no war. Only thing left, we have to get people from Philippines into China to help the people with the disaster, because there can't be a war. The total cost of this system is less than $5, $10. The knowledge is shared. It cannot be hidden anymore. And it's spread across a number of scientists around the world. So now we show if, I know Professor Xi is online. This is the message I gave you, Professor, yesterday. We can deliver a technology both to the Americans and to the Chinese that both trust each other because they both disable each other's army. So nobody can fire nothing. We don't sit on either side of the fence. We sit on a path of peace. Our colleagues and the White House was online and they listen. We are prepared to share the knowledge if guarantees are given that no bullets shall be fired and America will not spend a single cent on the arms. Otherwise, we bring the arm industry of the United States to halt, because it doesn't matter what you build, cannot be used. We've shown it 3 times. This time we are very serious. We stop every military ship on the high seas belonging to the United States to a halt. And I have shown it can be done. Same time, we give it to the nations which support peace, that we can use it for development of the man. So my offer stands to the Chinese government the same. This to the Chinese people. You are people of peace. We give you the tools of it that you can now spend energy and time with the flood and other things which is around is more important than a few bullets and a few islands. I release this technology very soon, and then the most sophisticated military field forces, the F-18s and the most advanced submarines will just float up like bubbles. My technology, the knowledge of the universe, should be used for peace, and any other use of it does not carry my soul, so you shall not be benefited by it. Any other question? Caroline is asking, when the mankind changes, what happens to mineral and animal and the plants? Because you changed, you elevate the soul of the whole planet. They changed accordingly. Don't forget, most of the plant life is at peace. They have reached the maturity. We harm them, then when you use the fields, then we don't need to harm them. They live according to their own accord. We don't need to. Accident happens. But we don't need to destroy them. Any other question?
Hello, Mr. Kesh.
Yes?
It's Patrick here. I'm from Australia. Look, I have a question about the iodine. Should we be using the iodine in our new systems as our lift systems that you taught us about last week?
You can use it for anything, because once you use it, you have an energy system for the soul, not for a power generator, because it's at the bottom of the line. You have from. If you learn, this is the problem which has been interesting, is that you all stick to very little knowledge, just not to be embarrassed. But in fact, you should go out and test everything. Now that you know, you can change the humanity. You can change the course. You can bring You will be very amazed. In the coming time, you will say you see shadows and creatures and all sorts of field forces. Once you create dome, which covers a spectrum of the human amino acid in the soul level, there are other entities which are below what we couldn't see, just below iodine, just below something else. Now you start seeing them. You will see our friends in the universal plasma. It'll be very interesting what our children are going to come home with. I want to show you somebody from planet Zeus.
Mr. Kesh, this is Azar again. I have a question. What is the effect of the genetically modified food on our body?
A lot and very little, because a little changed on the top. And as we discussed in agriculture teaching, all you need, you have to bring, when you modify a seed, you interfere with his life. It's like somebody who doesn't want a jacket, you put a jacket on him and you tighten his sleeves, he can't get out of it. Now you understand this, you buy genetically modified food or seed, all you need to do, just put it for a few minutes, as they are doing now in the agriculture section, in a gas of CO2. You bring it to its pH balance. Put it in the field, go back. The way I taught you today, further, I've told this before, but it's been ignored or people don't understand. Zinc, the copper and zinc brought physicality and the emotion. The bloodline to it was this. Look for bloodline for magnesium, which is for the plants. And then you find the emotion of the plants. And then you know if you hurt them or not, and how you can use it for your own advantage. Because they're all connected. All this structure is connected to one thing. They have one thing in common, and that's the amino acid. Otherwise, there is no difference. Different plants use different combination of copper or whatever, and different plants use different kind of zinc. You find out what relates to the man. You can change the emotion of the man. But when it's genetically modified, it's an access. It's like a virus. Genetic modification is a virus into the plant. And we've seen how we used by Ghana Atomic to destroy all the viruses in one go, 000. We saw the report. You do the same thing with genetic modified. You take the energy from it, so it's no modification. It's very easy. The worst thing they did, they created a modification of crop. And now, we were talking about it yesterday in agricultural teaching, just add a CO2. You bring peas, find out the emotion length of the, what do you call it, material of the vegetation, which is, I've talked about it many times. And then you'll find out it's not very far. You look at it, it's not very far. You've seen the physicality to the emotion of the man, considering the iron. Do the same thing, consider this, you find the material which touches the emotion. And then all you need to do, just make a gas of it automatically. Monsanto is Monsanto. Man sending it out. You don't need to be there. It's instantaneously. There is no need for genetic modification because it affects the field in the body of the man in positioning the field of the gases spreading, and it can lead to a lot of problem. But even if you find this emotion side of the, what do you call it, vegetation, by taking this exactly as you do with zinc oxide, any effects of modification can be washed out of the body of the man. You bring it into balance. Because in your body, you have strength for matter state or vegetation state or what you call balanced fields. And you can balance it very easy by matching the same. Very easy. All these criminal activities done to control man with this technology is zero. I'm not going there because it's already done. The same with vaccination. There is a lot of criminality which centers around two groups on this planet, and now we have wiped them out. We'll see what happens. Because try very fast as much as we can. We leave the lines open for any point of discussion. As long as it is correct, we'll carry on with it. And you can create the condition for the soul, target it, concentrate. They work as groups, open as many sites, discuss it, develop it. I'm here to serve you, to find a path for humanity. It's you who's got to start doing the work that I can do the guiding.
Hello, please may I ask some questions?
Yes, who's speaking?
Hello?
Yes?
Good day, sir.
Good day. Who's speaking from where?
My name is Menachem Ratman from London, England.
From where?
From London, England.
From England?
Yes.
Yes.
How are you today?
Ask your question, please.
I'm interested to know more information about the Keshe Foundation technology.
Can you take this thing off, please? You can go on the website. Rick, can you go to the next one, please?
Excuse me.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Okay, done. Yes, let's continue on.
Yes. Any other question?
Mr. Keshe, this is Azar again. As I understand, there is two ways we can travel through the space. One by making the machine, and one by just finding our principal matter and do it that way. Yes?
Yes, you can do it hundreds of different ways.
I don't have to make iodine. I can reach to my soul by myself.
Good morning, Azar.
Good morning.
Thank you very much, Azar.
Thank you.
Any other question, or we bring the teaching to an end today? We're about 1 o'clock. Please go back and understand how you can create the condition for the soul of the man, develop it, and teach it freely. Go and develop the process that you can reach without physicality. Disasters we cannot help. If you are Chinese, my request to go to the Chinese community, please respond as fast as you can in any shape or form to requests of Professor Xi Keshe Foundation China. We have a charity in the background who's working to facilitate everything for you to be there. They have stated what they need. If the Chinese government allows us, we bring as many scientists in plasma technology into China to help the nation. It's our responsibility and duty as one nation to help each other as one family. I thank all the work which is getting done by the people in China to see this happening. And hopefully in the next couple of weeks, if the Chinese government allows, the Keshe Foundation team from China will report hands-on what is happening and how the teaching will go. This needs to be done. Disaster hits us all. It's not just being in one place. The mandate for the Keshe Foundation rescue team is to teach as much as you can. Just don't provide. Providing a small part of it, that next time, next flood, they have everything. They just sit and watch it till it passes, because all you can do, you can take physicality, you can wash the soil from the salt comes in, you can wash from any contamination, but the most important thing is to help the soul of the man to understand the pressure of the time in that condition. Yes, we know these are very much tied. Mr. Menachem from Israel. Yes, we see the Jewish lobby pedaling very fast because they are instructed to stop the process. That's why I asked for line to be switched off. I give you an advice to the Jewish lobby who sits in the background. Join us to bring peace. You'll go much more advanced. Otherwise, you are doomed the same as your leaders. And the man will start with the whole motion by crying. The reason I stopped the gentleman coming on is part of the what we call Jewish lobby. They come in to interfere, and we had to cut him off because they've done enough damage. Now it's time for us as humanity to progress. We have another one in our structure, and now we'll see what we handle these people the same as. Thank you very much for today. Please move on to understanding the development of the soul and the division of the soul to share with the others. And in time, very short time, it took man millions of years to get to the past 2 years. And in the past 2 years, and especially past year on teaching, we brought man in a leaping step. It was the only way to do it. I mentioned it many times. I can do it over 200 years, leave somebody as a messenger to give you drip feed, or we teach everyone that everyone reaches the standing of the universe. A little bit painful because we have to change a lot of habits, but the end product is a lot of peace for a lot of people, and we are achieving it. I thank those of you who work with governments. Our hands of peace goes to both nations on both sides of Philippines and China. Please do not contemplate in touching each other. Work together as the Keshe Foundation team does, and then we see prosperity in East Asia. We bless your nation and your souls, and you will see the change for humanity. Thank you very much for today.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. And that brings to a close the 122nd Knowledge Seekers Workshop of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute for Thursday, July 21st, 2016. And as always, thank you everybody for attending. Okay, we'll close the live stream now.